Hello and thank you for choosing this clean Amish romance from Sarah Miller. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support helps us keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Settle in as you step into a peaceful Amish community where faith is strong, hearts are open, and love finds its way. Enjoy. Copyright Sarah Miller. A Prayer for Lucinda by Sarah Miller. Chapter 1. Lucinda smiled when Betty Glick said God had a plan for every unmarried woman in Faith's Creek, even the ones who seemed content to wait. Patience is a virtue, Betty continued, her hands busy with the quilt binding, but patience without direction is just standing still. The women around Esther Yoder's kitchen table murmured agreement. There were 6 of them, gathered on a Tuesday afternoon with coffee, cake, thread, and opinions, and every one of them had glanced at Lucinda at least twice since sitting down. Lucinda kept her hands moving. She pulled the needle through the fabric, steady and sure, and let her smile hold. She was good at this. She'd been good at this for years. 24 is not old, Sarah Beeler offered gently from the far end of the table. There is time yet. Time, Ja. Esther set down her cup. But time is not the same as purpose. A woman who waits without preparing is not faithful. She is idle. The words landed in the center of the table and stayed there. Lucinda didn't look up. She knew her mamm's voice the way she knew the sound of the screen door. It was so familiar that it barely registered until it struck something. I'm not idle, ma'am, Lucinda said, keeping her tone light. I quilted 3 panels last week. A few women laughed. Betty patted Lucinda's wrist. She's clever, your doctor. Always has been. Esther didn't smile. Cleverness is not the same as readiness. The knock at the door spared Lucinda from answering. Henry Wagler stood on the porch, his gray beard neatly trimmed, his broad hands resting on either side of a chest made from black walnut. The wood was dark and smooth, the grain catching the afternoon light. Simple iron hinges. No lock. The kind of thing that belonged in a house where a life was being built. Henry. Esther stepped aside, her posture straightening, a broad grin on her face. Come in. He carried the chest into the kitchen with the careful steadiness of a man who'd built it with his own hands and knew what it held. The women went quiet. Not the polite kind of quiet. The watching and waiting kind. This is for Lucinda, Henry said. He set it on the table, nudging aside the quilting frame. Lucinda's hands went still. Nay, this couldn't be. Ma'am? Esther clasped her hands in front of her apron. I asked Henry to build you a hope chest. Every young woman preparing for marriage should have one, and I prayed over this for some time. The women shifted in their seats. Betty leaned forward, her eyes bright. Sarah watched Lucinda's face with a kindness that only made it worse. God always brings the right man in his time, Esther continued, her voice steady and practiced, as if she'd rehearsed this moment. But we must do our part. We must prepare. We must show that we are ready to receive what he offers. Every eye in the room turned to Lucinda. Not unkindly. That was the worst of it. These women loved her, or believed they did, and their attention pressed down on her shoulders like hands pushing her toward something she hadn't chosen. This was not a private gift. It was a declaration. A public announcement that Esther Yoder expected her doctor to marry, and soon, and the whole district was welcome to watch. Lucinda stared at the chest. The walnut was beautiful. The dovetail joints showed at the corners, and the slight mark of Henry's carving tool inside the lid, a small wheat sheaf, was barely visible. She had seen the same mark on Emma's chest, and on Susan's, and on Rose's. Every one of those women was married now, or nearly so. Denke, Henry, Lucinda managed. It's beautiful. There's something inside, he said quietly. For when you're ready. Then he nodded to Esther and left. The women erupted into soft conversation. Who was courting whom, whether Lucinda had any suitors, whether she'd been seen walking with anyone after Sunday singing. Lucinda answered with the same easy warmth she always carried. She was grateful. Nay, one special. She was trusting in God's timing. The lies came out smooth as butter on fresh bread. She'd practiced them so long they barely stung anymore. Betty leaned close. A hope chest is a sign, Lucinda. When Henry builds one, things happen. Look at Rose and Marlon. I'm happy for Rose, Lucinda said. And she was. That part was true. Rose was her best friend. The fact that she was to marry the man she'd pretended to court for 2 years was not a problem. She was overjoyed, but it didn't help her. Your mamm wants the best for you. Betty squeezed her hand. We all do. The gathering stretched through the afternoon. More coffee. More quilting. More careful, well-meaning questions that circled Lucinda like birds looking for a place to land. She answered every one of them with a smile and a deflection, the way she'd learned to do when she was 18, and realized that performing contentment was easier than defending honesty. There were questions about the prayer that Henry would have left in the chest. Should she read it now? What was in it? How would it make her feel? Lucinda smiled and swallowed the lump in her throat. She bit down on her lip to prevent the tears from falling. The prayer is private, as all of them have been. A hush came over the room, and the prayer wasn't mentioned again. By the time the last woman gathered her sewing basket and stepped onto the porch, Lucinda's cheeks ached from smiling. Esther stood at the sink, washing cups with precise, deliberate movements. Lucinda dried them beside her, waiting for what she knew was coming. The chest is not a decoration, Esther said without turning. It is preparation. I know, ma'am. You are 24. I have watched you these past months, since the breakup, smiling and quilting and attending every singing, and nothing has come of it. Lucinda's jaw tightened. She kept drying. Waiting too long risks missing God's will, Esther said. He provides, but we must be willing to receive. Not every opportunity comes twice. I understand. Do you? Esther turned then, her iron gray hair pulled tight beneath her eyes searching. Because I wonder sometimes if you are waiting for something, or simply avoiding what is in front of you. The cup in Lucinda's hand was dry. She set it down carefully. I'm not avoiding anything. I told you about the letters about Atlee. We will not talk about that, ever. Ma'am. Nay. Esther studied her, then turned back to the sink. The chest will do its work. Lucinda opened her mouth. The words rose in her throat, I'm not waiting. I've already chosen. She looked at her mamm and swallowed them, wishing she had the courage to finally choose. Lucinda carried the hope chest to her room after supper. She set it at the foot of her bed, where the last of the evening light fell across the walnut in warm amber bands. She sat on the edge of the mattress and looked at it. Emma Wagler had received a hope chest and married Daniel within months. Susan had received one and married Reuben by spring. Rose had wept over the prayer inside hers and found Marlon waiting on the other side of her tears. Lucinda was not like them. They had been waiting for love to find them. Lucinda had already found it and hidden it, and carried it in secret for so long that the weight of it had become part of her. She'd known for 3 years, through careful letters and one quiet, honest conversation that had changed the shape of her entire life. Atlee. His name moved through her like breath. She didn't say it aloud. She rarely said it aloud in this house. She lifted the lid. The hinges moved without sound. Inside, the wood was bare except for a single folded piece of paper, resting against the bottom like a leaf that had settled there on purpose. Lucinda unfolded it. My dearest Mary, I write this for Lucinda with a heavy heart, because she has learned to perform. Her hand stilled on the page. She is warm and gracious, and everyone believes she is content. But I have watched her smile fade when she thinks nay one is looking, and I fear she has mistaken approval for love and obedience for faith. Lucinda's hands tightened on the paper. Her throat ached. Henry had nay right to see her this clearly. Nay one did. She keeps the peace at the cost of truth. She makes herself small enough to fit inside the life others have chosen for her, and calls it duty. I do not think she knows how much of herself she has hidden away. I pray God gives her the courage to stand where she is seen, even when it costs her comfort. I pray He shows her that obedience is not the same as surrender, and that honoring those she loves does not mean silencing what her heart knows to be true. If there is a man who has earned her trust through patience and honesty, I pray she will not be made to choose between him and the approval she has spent her whole life seeking. And if that choice must come, I pray she will have the faith to believe that love freely given is worth more than love she must earn or defend. Watch over her, Mary. Remind her that God did not make her heart tender so she could hide it. Henry. Lucinda sat with the prayer in her lap for a long time. The house settled around her. Downstairs, Esther moved through her evening routine, tidying the dishes, then sweeping, then the click of the lamp being turned low. The prayer was not what she'd expected. It didn't speak of patience or propriety or God's perfect timing. It didn't say what Mamm would have wanted it to say. It spoke of courage, of truth, of standing in the open even when the cost was comfort. It spoke of a woman who learned to hide her heart so well that everyone believed she had nothing to hide. Somewhere, 3 districts away, Atlee was writing her a letter. Or reading one of hers. Or praying, the way he always did, with the quiet certainty of a man who believed God listened even when the answer was silence. He didn't know about the hope chest. He didn't know about the gathering, or the women's watching eyes, or Esther's careful pronouncements about readiness and timing. He would want to know. He would want to come. And that was exactly what Lucinda was afraid of. She folded the prayer carefully and pressed it against her chest, where nay one could see it. Where she kept every true thing. Chapter 2. Lucinda waited until the house was quiet before she pulled the letter from beneath her sewing basket. The paper was soft from handling, the creases already wearing thin where she'd folded and unfolded it a dozen times since it arrived 3 days ago. She smoothed it flat against her lap and read it again, the way she always did, slowly, letting each word settle before moving to the next. Lucinda, the fence along the south pasture came down in the storm last Thursday. I spent 2 days resetting posts and stretching wire, and by the time I finished, my hands were torn up enough that holding a pen hurt worse than the work itself. I'm telling you this so you understand why this letter is shorter than I would like, and not because I want sympathy. You would laugh at me for asking. The hay is nearly in. The barn needs new shingles before autumn, and the bishop here has asked me to help with the Petersheim barn raising next month. There is always more to do than hours to do it in. I think you know something about that. She did. She knew about filling hours until there was no room left for thinking. I have been praying about us. Not the way your mamm would pray, for safety and propriety, and the right kind of man at the right kind of time. I pray that you are not suffering for my sake. I pray that the letters I write you bring comfort and not trouble. But I must be honest with you, because I have always been honest with you, even when it would have been easier not to be. I wonder sometimes whether continuing to write is fair. You carry enough without carrying me too. If the letters have become a burden instead of a blessing, I would rather know now than learn it too late. I am not going anywhere. But I need to know that you are choosing this, not enduring it. Yours, Atlee. Lucinda held the letter against her chest and closed her eyes. He was steady. He'd always been steady. From the first evening they talked, really talked, not the polite nothings that passed for conversation at most gatherings, she had known that about him. Atlee didn't say things he didn't mean. He didn't promise what he couldn't give. And he didn't pretend that patience was the same as certainty. Almost 3 years of letters. 3 years of careful handwriting on plain paper, of truths she would never have spoken aloud to anyone in this house, or this district, or this life she'd built out of borrowed expectations. She told him about the fake courtship with Marlon. She told him about the way Mamm's approval could warm a room or freeze it solid. She'd told him the thing she couldn't tell Rose or Bishop Amos Beeler, or even herself most days. That she was afraid obedience had swallowed everything else inside her, and she didn't know how to get it back. He'd written back each time without judgment. Without instructions. Without telling her what she should do or who she should be. He'd written back and said, "I hear you. I am still here. I need to know that you are choosing this, not enduring it." The words pressed against her ribs. She was choosing. Every morning when she checked the mailbox before Mamm woke, she was choosing. Every evening when she hid his letters beneath the sewing basket and answered his questions in her own careful handwriting, she was choosing. Every Sunday when she stood at the singing and smiled at men she didn't love, she was choosing Atlee by refusing to choose anyone else. But she'd never told him that. Not plainly. Not in the words he deserved. She read the letter again, tracing the slight wobble in his handwriting where the torn skin on his palm must have ached. He'd written through the pain because he didn't want her to wait longer than necessary to hear from him. That was Atlee. That was who he was. She wanted to write back now. She wanted to sit at the small desk beneath her window and fill a page with the truth. "I am choosing you. I've been choosing you. The only thing I've not chosen is to say it where anyone can hear." But the house was waking around her, and the sewing basket held secrets that had nae business surviving the daylight. The creak of the stairs made Lucinda's hands move before her mind caught up. The letter disappeared beneath the basket. The sewing appeared in her lap. By the time Esther's footsteps reached the doorway, Lucinda was pulling thread through a half-finished seam with steady fingers and an easy expression. "You're up early," Esther said. "I couldn't sleep." Esther leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. She wore the look she always wore when she had something to say, and wanted Lucinda to ask for it. Lucinda didn't ask. "Betty told me this morning that she saw the postman stop at our box yesterday." Esther's voice was even. Too even. "Anything interesting?" "A seed catalogue," Lucinda said. "And a note from Aunt Ruth about the quilting circle in Ohio." The lie tasted like chalk. She swallowed it anyway. "Letters." Esther shook her head slowly. "I have never understood the appeal of letters. Words on paper. Nae voice behind them, nae face, nae presence. Just foolish sentiment." Lucinda kept sewing. "A serious man doesn't write letters," Esther continued. "A serious man steps forward. He presents himself to the family. He shows his face and his intentions and lets the community see what kind of life he is building." She paused. "That's what God intends. Not words from a distance. I wasn't talking about letters, ma'am. I wasn't talking about you." They both knew that was a lie, too. Esther crossed the room and sat in the chair across from Lucinda. Her hands were empty, which meant she had come to talk, not to work. That was never gut. "The hope chest was not a suggestion," Esther said. "It was a step. Henry builds those chests with prayer and purpose, and I didn't ask him lightly." "I know." "Do you?" "Because you thanked him the way you thank Betty for bringing extra rolls to a potluck. Politely. Automatically. Esther leaned forward. This is your future, Lucinda. Not a convenience. After this business with Marlon, you need to show that you're serious about settling down. The men need to see that, and the hope chest, well, word will travel. Men will step up. Lucinda's needle stopped mid-stitch. The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, and inside it lay the prayer Henry had written, words about courage and truth and standing where one could be seen. Mamm hadn't asked what the prayer said, though Lucinda imagined it was eating away at her. She hadn't opened the chest at all. She'd given the order and expected the result, the same as she always did. The needle pricked Lucinda's thumb. She pressed the tiny bead of blood against her apron and didn't flinch. I take it seriously, ma'am. Then act like it. There are men in this district who would court you tomorrow if you showed even the smallest interest. Gut men. Present men. Men who attend service and work the land and can be seen. Esther's voice dropped. Not ghosts who send paper and have fancy things that God never intended. Lucinda's jaw clenched. She wanted to scream. She wanted to pull Atlee's letter from beneath the basket and hold it up and say, "This man is more real to me than anyone you have ever put in front of me. He knows my doubts and my prayers and the fears I cannot say aloud, and he loves me anyway, and I love him, and you would know that if you ever asked me what I wanted instead of telling me what I should want." She didn't scream. She didn't pull out the letter. She didn't say any of it. "I understand, ma'am," she said quietly. Esther watched her, then stood. Gut. After her ma'am went downstairs, Lucinda sat in the silence and let her hands go still. The sewing lay forgotten in her lap. The thread trailed from the needle in a loose loop, dangling against her knee like something unfinished. Outside, a buggy rattled past on the road, the horses' hooves marking a steady rhythm against the packed dirt. Somewhere in the kitchen below, Esther was already moving through her morning. There would be coffee heating on the stove, dishes set out for breakfast, the day arranged with the same iron certainty she brought to everything. Atlee's question pressed against her like a hand on a bruise. "I need to know that you are choosing this, not enduring it." She was choosing. She'd been choosing for 3 years. But choosing in secret was not the same as choosing in the open, and she was running out of room to hide. Mamm wanted a husband for her. The district expected movement. The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed like a countdown she'd not agreed to, and every day she said nothing was a day closer to the moment when her silence would be taken as consent. If nothing changed soon, the choice would be made for her. Not by God. Not by Atlee. By the steady, relentless weight of a community that believed a woman's waiting was only valuable if it ended in the right kind of marriage to the right kind of man. Lucinda pulled the letter back out and read Atlee's closing one more time. "I'm not going anywhere." She pressed her thumb against the ink and whispered the only honest thing she had said all morning. "Neither am I." Chapter 3. Rose arrived the following Tuesday with a basket of strawberry preserves, and the kind of quiet attention that always made Lucinda want to tell the truth. "Your ma'am asked me to bring these." Rose set the basket on the kitchen table and pulled back the cloth. "She said you were running low." "We're not running low. She just wanted someone to check on me." Rose didn't deny it. She sat down across from Lucinda and folded her hands in her lap the way she did when she was waiting for something she already knew was coming. They were alone in the house. Esther had gone to Betty Glick's for the afternoon, leaving Lucinda with instructions to mend the hem on a church dress and start supper by 4. The church dress lay draped over the back of a chair, untouched. Supper hadn't even crossed her mind. "You look tired," Rose said. "I'm fine." "You always say that." "Because it's always true." Lucinda studied Rose and knew that her friend was returning the favor. Rose had changed since her marriage to Marlon. Not in ways most people would notice. She still wore the same plain dresses, still kept her voice soft, still moved through the district with the gentle steadiness that had always defined her. But there was a firmness underneath now. A willingness to press where she would once have stepped back. There was also a glow, a confidence, and a smile that wanted to burst across her face. "The hope chest," Rose said. "Is it a blessing or a burden?" Lucinda's hands went still on the table. "It's a beautiful chest." "That's not what I asked." She raised an eyebrow, a subtle challenge. The kitchen was quiet. Lucinda could hear a bird outside the window, calling in short, repeated notes, and the tick of the clock above the stove. "Both," Lucinda said at last. "It's both." Rose waited. "Mamm wants me married. She's wanted it for years, and now the chest makes it official. The whole district knows, and is waiting for this to happen. Betty knows. Sarah Beeler knows. Everyone has an opinion, and a suggestion, and a man they think would suit me, and every one of them is from Faith's Creek, and every one of them is safe, and every one of them is wrong." The words came out faster than she intended. She pressed her palms flat against the table to steady them. "I can't imagine loving a man chosen only for convenience," Lucinda said. "I can't imagine standing at a wedding and promising my life to someone because he's local and respectable and mamm approved. I want love, and I would rather wait forever than settle for something that's small." "Then don't settle," Rose said simply. "It's not that easy. It's not easy at all. But it's simple." Rose leaned forward. "Lucinda, you know I understand what silence costs. I lived inside it. I made myself small enough to disappear. I let everyone believe what was easiest for them, and it nearly destroyed the one thing that mattered most." Lucinda looked away. Rose and Marlon had nearly lost each other because Rose had been too afraid to speak. Because Lucinda herself had helped arrange a lie that kept everyone comfortable, and nay one honest. "This is not the same," Lucinda said. "It's exactly the same. Different names. Same trap." The clock ticked. The bird sang. Lucinda pressed her fingers against her cap, and closed her eyes. "Mamm would never accept Atlee," she said quietly. Rose didn't flinch at the name. She'd known about Atlee since Lucinda told her everything during the last days of the fake courtship. She knew about the letters, the years of careful honesty, the love that had grown so deep and so hidden that it sometimes startled Lucinda when she remembered it was real. "Why not?" Rose asked. She knew the answer, but she was making Lucinda say it. "His parents left the faith. His dad walked away from the church and took his mamm with him. They live outside the district now, outside any district." Lucinda's voice dropped. "Mamm would see that as a warning. She would say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She would say a man from that family cannot be trusted to stay. And the rest of the district would agree, because that is what the district does. It watches and it remembers and it judges a man by what his dad did before him. There's more, I can see it in your face." Lucinda sighed. She would say that he comes from another district, that it is too progressive. She would say that he would corrupt me with his modern ways. They sometimes use tractors, some use phones, she would hate everything about it. And what do you say? I say Atlee is the steadiest man I've ever known. I say he writes to me with more honesty than most men speak to their own fra. I say he has stayed faithful to the church even when his own parents did not, and that takes more courage than mamm would ever give him credit for." Lucinda opened her eyes. Rose was watching her with the look she'd carried since her own heart broke and mended, the look of a woman who understood exactly what it cost to love someone the world didn't approve of. "Then tell her," Rose said. "She won't listen." "Then tell someone who will." The words settled between them like a door opening into a room Lucinda was not ready to enter. She knew who Rose meant. The same man who listened when Rose came to him in her own crisis. The same man who prayed before he spoke and spoke only when the words were worth the breath. After Rose left, Lucinda stood in the kitchen for a long time. The preserves sat on the table. The church dress hung over the chair. The afternoon stretched ahead of her, empty and bright. She put on some shoes and left the house before she could talk herself out of it. Bishop Amos Beeler lived at the end of a long dirt lane bordered by white fence posts and a row of maples that cast dappled shade across the path. His house was well kept and tidy, the porch swept clean, on the deck a table and chairs sat, and a single rocking chair was empty beside the door. Sarah's flower garden edged the walkway, all pink and white and orderly, like everything the Beelers touched. Lucinda knocked. Amos appeared after a moment, his white beard neatly trimmed, his faded blue eyes kind and unsurprised, as if he'd been expecting her. He held a cup of coffee in one hand and gestured toward the deck with the other. "Sit," he said. "I just made a fresh pot." She sat. He brought her a cup and settled into the chair beside her. He didn't ask why she'd come. He sipped his coffee and watched the maples sway in a breeze she couldn't yet name as warm or cool. "I love someone," Lucinda said. Amos nodded slowly. His cup rested on the arm of the chair. "His name is Atlee King. He lives 3 districts away. We have been writing letters for 3 years." Her voice was steady, steadier than she expected. "He is faithful and honest and kind. He loves God and he loves me, and I love him. And my mamm does not know, and if she did, she would not allow it." She told him everything. About the letters. About the secrecy. About the hope chest and the gathering, and the way the district had already begun arranging a future Lucinda had never agreed to. She told him about Atlee's parents leaving the faith, about the weight of that history, and how it colored everything before Atlee even had a chance to speak for himself. She told him that his district sometimes hired tractors to do some work, and that some of them had phones, but that Atlee had never done either of these things. She told him about the prayer inside the chest, the one Henry had written, the one that spoke of courage instead of compliance. The one that had kept her awake every night since she read it. Amos listened. He didn't interrupt. He didn't nod or frown or shake his head. He listened the way he always did, with his whole self, turned toward the person speaking, as if their words were worth more than his response. When she finished, the shadows had shifted across the porch. Her coffee had gone cold. "I'm afraid," she said, "that obedience will cost me my honesty. That doing what mamm expects will mean giving up the one person who has never asked me to be anything other than what I am, the one person who could make me truly happy." Amos set his cup down. He looked out at the lane, where a buggy was kicking up dust as it traveled away from them. "I will pray on this," he said. "Before I say anything more, I will pray. God does not rush answers, and neither should I. What if there isn't time?" He turned to her then, and his eyes were gentle but serious. "There is always time for the truth, Lucinda. The question is whether we are willing to wait for it or whether we try to build it ourselves." He paused. "Pray too and trust your heart. Go home. Do what your mamm has asked. Tend to the things in front of you. And let us both speak to God before either of us speaks to anyone else." She nodded. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them together in her lap until they stopped. "Denki, Amos." He smiled, just barely. "Do not worry too much. God has a way of making things right. We just have to learn to listen and trust. Nothing will change just yet. Bide your time, and let His will come to you." Lucinda walked home. The lane was quiet. The maples cast long shadows that crossed her path like markers, each one a step closer to the house, and the hem she'd not mended, the supper she'd not started, and the life she was not sure belonged to her anymore. Amos had told her to pray, to trust, but not what to do. He'd not said Atlee was right or wrong or worthy or unworthy. He'd not said tell your mamm, all will be well. He'd said he would pray. It was the first time anyone besides Atlee had listened to her without telling her what she should want. She held that silence inside her chest like a second prayer and walked home. Behind her, the bishop's house faded into the distance, and she didn't know what God would tell him, or what Amos would tell her, or how long she could keep standing in the space between obedience and honesty before it split her in two. Chapter 4. The letter from Bishop Amos Beeler arrived on a Thursday with the rest of the mail. Atlee's heart raced when he opened it. Was he in trouble? Would this mean the end of his relationship with Lucinda? He took a breath and read it twice, standing at the mailbox with the sun on the back of his neck, and the fields stretching out behind him in long rows of green. Dear Atlee, I write to invite you to Faith's Creek for Sunday service. We need a strong voice to read scripture, and your name was given to me by one who trusts your faith. The reading would be brief and the visit welcome. You are not obligated, but I believe you would find the trip worthwhile. In God's peace, Bishop Amos Beeler. Atlee folded the letter and stood in the lane for a long time. He knew what this was. Amos was not short of men who could read scripture. Faith's Creek had its own deacons and elders, and any one of them could stand at the front of the meeting house and speak the words. This was not about a reading. This was about giving Atlee a reason to travel to Faith's Creek. It was also an honor and an opportunity. Someone had spoken to the bishop. And Atlee knew who. He walked back toward the house, past the barn where the shingles still needed replacing, past the fence line he'd repaired last week with torn hands and gritted teeth. The farm was quiet this time of day. The horses stood in the shade of the big oak near the pasture gate, their tails flicking at flies. The corn was knee-high and coming along, the way corn always did when the rain cooperated. His dad would have known what to do with this land. His dad had known what to do with everything, once, before he decided that knowing was not the same as believing. Atlee set the letters on the kitchen table and poured himself a glass of water from the pump. The house was empty. It had been empty for 5 years, since his parents packed what they could carry and drove away in an Englisher's car without looking back. His dad had left the church. His mamm had followed. They lived somewhere in Ohio now, in a town with paved streets and electricity, and they wrote Atlee once a month to tell him they were well, and that they loved him, and that they hoped he would understand. He didn't understand. He'd tried for 5 years to understand, and the trying had not brought him any closer. What it had brought him was Lucinda. They'd met when both of them were younger, during those strange in-between years when the boundaries of the faith loosened just enough to let a person breathe. She had been bright and careful and funny in a way that surprised him, and he had talked to her for 2 hours before the guard he always carried simply disappeared. That was what Lucinda did. She made the walls unnecessary. When she went back to Faith's Creek and was baptized, he respected her choice but asked if they could stay in touch. When she started writing to him, he'd written back. Soon, the letters became the most honest part of his week. He had prayed about it and kept writing. 3 years of paper and ink and careful words that said everything except the one thing that mattered most. He loved her. He'd loved her for longer than he could mark on a calendar, and the love had not faded or shifted or turned uncertain. It sat inside him like a post driven deep into the ground. Steady, anchored, unmoved by weather. But loving Lucinda from a distance was one thing. Coming to Faith's Creek was another. He sat at the table and turned the bishop's letter over in his hands. The paper was plain. The handwriting was steady, the kind of script that belonged to a man who had written 1,000 such letters and meant every one. The farm needed him. That was the simple truth of it, and Atlee had never been a man who ignored simple truths. The shingles on the barn would not replace themselves. The hay had to come in before the weather turned, and the south pasture fence was holding, but would not last through winter without reinforcement. A man who left his land in the middle of summer was a man who didn't take his responsibilities seriously, and Atlee had spent his whole life proving he was not his father. That was the weight he carried. Every board he hammered, every fence post he set, every early morning in the barn was an argument against the thing people whispered when they learned his name. King. The Kings. The ones who left. As if leaving were hereditary. As if faithfulness could not be chosen fresh by a son whose parents had chosen differently. He could stay. He could finish the shingles, and the fence, and the corn, and he could keep writing his letters and reading hers, and nothing would change. The distance would stay the same. The secrecy would stay the same. The slow, careful erosion of something that deserved to be built in the open instead of hidden in the dark. Or he could go. Going pulled at him the way the land pulled at him every morning, insistent, necessary, impossible to ignore. But going meant being seen. It meant standing in a district that knew his family's history, and judged him by it before he opened his mouth. It meant putting himself in front of Lucinda's mamm, who would see a man whose parents had left the faith, and assume the leaving was contagious. It meant enduring the polite smiles that covered careful scrutiny, the conversations that circled back to where he came from and who his people were, as if those questions had only one right answer and he could never give it. Atlee set the letter down and walked to the window. The fields were green. The barn needed work. The sky was wide and clear and gave nay answers. He'd considered ending the correspondence. More than once. He'd held the pen and started the words, "This is not fair to you. I am making your life harder. You deserve someone who can stand beside you without bringing storm clouds." He'd written that letter 3 times. The first time, he'd gotten as far as sealing the envelope before pulling it back open and tearing the paper in half. The second time, he had walked it to the mailbox and stood there with his hand on the flag, unable to raise it. The third time, he'd not even finished the sentence. His hand had stopped, as if his body understood something his mind was still arguing with. Instead, he'd hinted that it might be time to stop. A coward's way out. Her next letter arrived before the doubt could harden into certainty. Each time, her words reminded him why silence was not mercy. It was cowardice dressed in good intentions. "I do not want to imagine my life without your voice in it," she'd written last month. "Even if the voice is only on paper. Even if nay one hears it but me." He closed his eyes. His hands rested on the edge of the sink, the porcelain cool against his palms. The torn skin had healed. The ache in his fingers was gone. But the longing had not healed with the skin. If he went to Faith's Creek, the visit would either free Lucinda or end everything. There was nay middle ground left. 3 years of letters had built something real, but real things could not live forever in hiding. They needed air and light and witness. They needed to be claimed. His date's last words came back to him then, spoken beside the Englisher's car with the engine already running. "Sometimes you have to leave what you know to find what's true." His date had been wrong about many things. But maybe not about that. Atlee opened his eyes. The fields were still green. The barn still needed shingles. The corn still grew in its patient rows. He sat down at the table, pulled a sheet of paper toward him, and wrote his reply. "Dear Bishop Beeler, I accept your invitation. I will arrive on Saturday and am grateful for the opportunity to serve. If there is lodging available, I would appreciate the kindness. If not, I will make arrangements. Thank you for thinking of me. In faith, Atlee King." He sealed the letter and set it by the door. Then he bowed his head and prayed, not for guidance. The guidance had already come, quiet and sure, the way God's answers always came when Atlee stopped talking long enough to listen. He prayed for courage. He prayed for Lucinda. He prayed that the distance between who he was on paper and who he was in person would not be too great for her to cross. He prayed that when he stood in Faith's Creek and looked at her, the 3 years of words would hold. That they would not collapse under the weight of silence and staring, and all the things a letter could carry that a room full of watching eyes could crush. He prayed that this visit would either give them a future, or let them both stop pretending one was possible. Outside, the horses shifted in the shade. The corn grew. The day moved forward the way days always did, slowly, steadily, carrying everything with it. Atlee stood, picked up the letter, and walked toward the mailbox at the end of the lane. The gravel crunched under his boots. The flag went up without hesitation. This time, his hand didn't stop. Chapter 5. Lucinda heard about Atlee's arrival before she saw him. Betty Glick mentioned it at the market on Saturday morning. She was standing between the egg table and the jam stall with the practiced casualness of a woman who knew exactly how much weight her words carried. "Have you heard about the man from another district?" Betty adjusted the cloth over her basket, peering up from beneath her cap. "He's here for the scripture reading tomorrow. Bishop Amos invited him, apparently. King, I heard his name is. They say he's a tall fellow. Quiet but with quite a checkered background." Lucinda's hands tightened on her basket handle. She kept her face still. "I hadn't heard," she said. "But I imagine it will be interesting." "Will it?" Betty tilted her head. "I only mention it because strangers are rare, and he seems young enough to be of interest to some of the unmarried women. Not that you would need to worry about such things, Lucinda. Your mamm told me you have your own prospects." The smile came without effort. It always did, despite the fact that she was biting down on a rush of anger. "I'm not worried, Denki, Betty." She excused herself and moved through the market with steady steps, stopping at the vegetable stand to buy tomatoes she didn't need, and the bread table to examine loaves she wouldn't take home. The market was busy. Families moved between the stalls in the easy rhythm of a Saturday morning, Kinner running ahead, mams calling after them, men standing in clusters near the wagon lot talking about the weather, livestock, and fence lines. Her mind was in turmoil. Was this Amos's answer? Had this been a result of his prayers? Her own prayers had left her more confused. She prayed for a resolution, expecting a way to let Atlee go. All she felt was a stronger pull toward him. Lucinda turned and saw Atlee near the far end of the market, standing beside a wagon she didn't recognize. He was taller than she remembered, or maybe the distance had shrunk him in her mind the way letters sometimes did, reducing a whole person to the shape of their handwriting. He wore a dark vest over a plain shirt, his straw hat tipped back slightly, and his face was turned toward the sun in a way that made him look like a man who'd arrived somewhere he intended to stay. Her chest ached. 3 years. 3 years of letters and careful words and hidden truths, and here he stood, solid and real, and less than 50 paces away. She wanted to walk to him. She wanted to cross the market and stand in front of him, and say everything she'd written but never spoken. She wanted to hear his voice, not the voice she imagined when she read his letters, but the real one, the one she'd not heard since they were both younger and less afraid. She took a step. Her heart was pounding. She couldn't walk to him. If she did, she might leap into his arms and then, what? She froze, unable to move, to breathe, to think. He turned his head, and for a moment their eyes met across the space between the stalls. He smiled and stepped forward. The Petersham family walked by, blocking their view. He stepped to the side. She could feel the pull of his eyes, the longing from both of them. A hand closed around Lucinda's shoulder. She jumped. Looking round, she saw Betty's eyes glinting with mischief. "Have you seen Clara's peaches?" "What?" Lucinda felt her cheeks flush with color. She looked back, but Atlee was surrounded by a group of men, all asking questions. The moment was gone, she couldn't go to him now. She nodded, and he returned the gesture with a smile that brightened her day. The look was brief. Careful. The kind of look two people exchanged when they both knew they were being watched and could not afford to be seen. Then she turned away because Clara was watching, and Betty was watching, and the market was full of eyes that would carry whatever they saw straight back to every kitchen table in the district. Already she could imagine the talk. Did you see that man looking at Lucinda Yoder? The one from another district. The King boy. You know his parents left the faith. The words would move through the community like water through a crack, quiet, persistent, impossible to redirect once they started. She bought a few peaches she didn't want and walked to the buggy with her hands steady and her pulse hammering against her wrists. He was here. Atlee was here. She drove home with the peaches on the seat beside her, and her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. The road unwound ahead of her, familiar and straight, the same road she'd driven 1,000 times without thinking. Today, every fence post and mailbox and turning looked different, as if the world had rearranged itself around the simple fact that Atlee King was in it. She wanted to cry. She wanted to laugh. She wanted to turn the buggy around and drive it to wherever Atlee was staying and ask him why he'd come, and what he wanted, and whether 3 years of paper and ink could possibly be enough to build a life on. She did none of those things. She drove home, put the peaches in the kitchen, washed the tomatoes, and set them on the counter. When Esther came downstairs and asked how the market had been, Lucinda said, "Fine. Busy. Betty sends her regards." The afternoon moved slowly. At 3 o'clock, a buggy pulled into the lane. Lucinda looked up from the mending in her lap and saw Esther straighten at the window, her expression shifting into the careful satisfaction that meant she'd planned something and wanted to watch it land. "We have a visitor," Esther said. Caleb stepped onto the porch. He was broad-shouldered and clean-shaven, his dark hair trimmed beneath his straw hat, his boots polished in a way that suggested the visit was not casual. He carried a jar of honey in one hand and a confidence in his posture that said he expected to be welcome. Esther opened the door before he knocked. "Caleb. Come in, come in." Her voice was warmer than Lucinda had heard it in weeks. "Sit down. I'll put some coffee on." He sat at the kitchen table across from Lucinda and set the honey down with a deliberate gentleness. "From our own hives," he said. "Ma'am thought your family might enjoy it." "That's very kind," Lucinda said. The words came out evenly. She was gutted evenly. Esther bustled in the kitchen, setting out cups and slicing bread. The peaches Lucinda had bought that morning were laid out now like an offering on the table between them. She moved with a brightness that Lucinda recognized. This was not a surprise visit. This was an arrangement. "Caleb farms the 40 acres north of the Petersheim place," Esther said, sitting down with her own cup. "His dad built the house, and Caleb has improved it every year since. He added a new barn last spring. Expanded the dairy operation." She paused. "A man who builds is a man who plans." Caleb smiled. The smile was pleasant. "Practiced. I was wondering," he said, turning to Lucinda, "whether you might allow me to drive you to service tomorrow. A woman shouldn't arrive alone when she has options, and it would be my privilege." The word settled in the air between them. Privilege. As if driving a woman to church were something earned through gut behavior and proper introduction, like a reward for showing up with honey and polished boots. Esther's face lit up. "What a thoughtful offer, Caleb." "Isn't that thoughtful, Lucinda?" Every eye in the room turned to her. 2 sets. That was all. But it pressed down on her the same way the gathering had pressed down the day of the hope chest, the weight of expectation disguised as kindness. "That's very thoughtful," Lucinda said. "Gut." Esther beamed. "Then it's settled. Caleb will come at 8, and you can ride together. The whole district will be glad to see it. It will make a gut show. Caleb looked entirely too pleased, but what could she do? Lucinda's hands lay still in her lap. The mending was forgotten. The needle sat between her fingers like something she'd been holding so long she'd forgotten how to put it down. Caleb talked for another hour. About his dairy herd. About the new fence he was building along the east property line. About his plans for a second barn, come fall, if the weather held and the lumber prices stayed reasonable. He spoke with the steady assurance of a man who had mapped out his future in straight lines and expected the world to cooperate. Esther listened with visible satisfaction, nodding at the right moments, asking the right questions, filling silences with praise and encouragement. She was in her element. This was what she understood and wanted. Here was a local man with a working farm, and a plan that could be seen, measured, and approved. After Caleb left, Esther stood at the kitchen window and watched his buggy roll down the lane. The expression on her face was the closest thing to joy Lucinda had seen from her in months. "He is a gut man," Esther said. "Present. Steady. Everything a woman should want." She turned from the window. "His mamm tells me he has been asking about you for months." Quietly. Respectfully. The way a proper man inquires about a woman he admires. "Is that so?" Lucinda asked. "It is. And I told her you would be glad of the attention." Esther picked up a dishcloth and folded it with precise hands. A woman should be grateful when a man of quality shows interest. Not every doctor is so fortunate. Lucinda dried the cups and said nothing. Upstairs, behind the closed door of her room, she sat on the edge of her bed and pressed her palms against her eyes. The Hope chest sat at her feet. Atlee was somewhere in the district, sleeping under someone else's roof, and tomorrow she would ride to service in another man's buggy while the whole district watched and nodded and decided her future had been settled. She was being steered. Slowly, carefully, with honey and coffee and polished boots, but steered all the same. And the worst part was not the steering. The worst part was how easy it would be to let it happen. To smile and nod and ride in Caleb's buggy, and let the current carry her wherever mamm had already decided she should go. Atlee's face at the market came back to her. The smile. The restraint. The look in his eyes carried 3 years of letters, and not a single word spoken aloud. He'd come all this way, and she couldn't even cross a market to speak to him. Now, she would be seen with another man. It felt like a betrayal, and she had no idea how to get out of it. She pressed her face into her hands and breathed until the shaking stopped. Chapter 6. Caleb's buggy arrived at 8 o'clock, exactly as promised, and Lucinda climbed in, knowing she was climbing into a lie. She wore her best church dress, the dark blue one her mamm had pressed the night before with particular attention. Esther stood on the porch and watched them pull away, her hands clasped at her waist, her expression carrying the quiet triumph of a woman whose plans were proceeding on schedule. Several women noticed. Of course they did. Betty Glick's eyebrows lifted as the buggy passed the end of her lane. Sarah Glick paused mid-conversation with her husband and turned to watch. By the time Caleb pulled into the yard where the service was being held, half the district had already seen who was sitting beside him, and the other half would hear about it before the first him. Caleb held the reins with easy confidence. He'd made conversation on the ride over. He talked about his dairy herd, the weather, and if the corn would come in early this year. Lucinda answered politely. She was always polite. It was one of her most reliable skills, but inside, she was screaming. All she wanted was to go and talk to Atlee to tell him she loved him, and yet, here she was. Stuck, trapped, manipulated. Why had she let it happen? The meeting house yard was already full. Buggies lined the fence. Families moved toward the barn where the benches had been set up in neat rows, and the low murmur of greetings carried across the morning air. Lucinda didn't wait for Caleb. She stepped down from the buggy and straightened her cap. Caleb appeared at her side immediately, one hand hovering near her elbow as if he might guide her, though she'd been walking into the biweekly services since she was old enough to stand. Then she saw Atlee. He stood near the barn entrance, alone. His dark vest was plain, his straw hat in his hands, his posture the careful stillness of a man who knew he was being watched and had decided not to care. His eyes moved across the yard, and when they found Lucinda, they stopped. The look between them lasted nay longer than a breath, but so much was in that time. Confusion. Hurt. Restraint. 3 years of letters pressed into a single glance that carried every word they'd ever written, and none of the words they'd ever spoken. Lucinda's throat closed. Atlee's jaw tightened. She tried to mouth an apology, but the crowd had already blocked her view. Their eyes parted, and she was shepherded by Caleb toward the barn. At the entrance they separated, she toward the women's side, he toward the men's, and the morning closed around them like water over stone. She looked back. Atlee was not there, but the look of hurt on his face was burned into her mind. She doubted she would ever forget it. She sat between Esther and Betty on the women's bench, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on the front of the barn where the benches faced the minister's table. Esther sat with the satisfied posture of a woman who'd dressed her doctor properly, sent her to church with a respectable man, and expected the community to take note. The service opened with a hymn. Lucinda sang. Her voice was steady. Everything was steady. Bishop Amos Beeler rose slowly after the hymn, letting the last note settle before he spoke. Before we turn to the reading, he said, his voice warm but steady, I would like to welcome a visitor among us this morning. A few heads turned. Visitors were not uncommon, but they were always noticed. This is Atlee King, the bishop continued, resting his hands lightly on the bench before him. He comes from another district, but he is a fine young man, and a faithful one. I have asked him to share God's word with us today. There was a small murmur of greeting around the room. Bishop Amos glanced briefly toward the women's side, his eyes resting for just a moment before he looked back again. Brother Atlee, he said, stepping aside, would you come forward and read for us? Atlee stood. He walked to the front with the quiet assurance Lucinda remembered from their short time together, the measured pace, the straight back, the way he carried himself as if every step had been considered and chosen. He opened the Bible to a page already marked and began to read. The passage was from Proverbs. It spoke of understanding, of forgiveness, and of truth. The words spoken plainly, even when they cost comfort. Buy the truth and sell it not, also wisdom, and instruction, and understanding. The words moved through the barn like something living, and Lucinda closed her eyes and let them press against the part of her chest that had been clenched since Saturday morning. His voice filled the barn. Not loud, not performative. Steady and clear, with the careful weight of a man who believed and felt every word he spoke and expected them to land. He didn't rush. He didn't embellish. He read the way he wrote, honestly, deliberately, with a faith that didn't need decoration. Each sentence landed in the silence with the weight of a nail-driven true, and the barn held still around his voice as if the building itself were listening. Lucinda's hands tightened in her lap. Beside her, Betty leaned forward slightly, listening with rapt attention. Sarah Ballard's eyes were thoughtful. Even Esther, who'd been adjusting the fold of her apron, and who wanted this to be a disaster, went still. When Atlee finished, he closed the Bible and returned to his seat without flourish. The barn was quiet before Bishop Beeler rose to continue the service. Lucinda kept her eyes on her hands. But the words Atlee read settled inside her chest like stones dropped into deep water, and they didn't stop sinking. After service, the yard filled with conversation. Families gathered in clusters. Kinner ran between the buggies. The afternoon meal was being laid out on long tables beneath the trees, and the district moved toward it with the easy routine of people who had done this together 1,000 Sundays before. Lucinda stood near the meal table with Caleb at her side. He'd not left her since the service ended. He stood close enough to claim her attention without touching her, his body angled toward hers in the way a man stood when he wanted the community to see them as a couple. The district's eyes moved between Lucinda and the visitor. She could track the glances. She noted the way Betty whispered to the woman beside her, the way two of the younger men near the barn kept looking from Atlee to Lucinda and back. The gossip mill had been running since his arrival, and everyone had connected the reading to her. Everyone was drawing conclusions. Caleb's jaw was tight. He stood with his arms crossed, watching Atlee from across the yard with an expression that was pleasant on the surface and something harder underneath. His posture had shifted since the reading. He was less open and more deliberate, like a man who'd just been reminded that the ground he stood on was not as secure as he'd assumed. "That was an interesting reading," Caleb said. "I didn't know the bishop was inviting outsiders to lead." "He reads well," Lucinda said carefully. "Jaw. Well enough." Caleb turned to her. "I didn't know you knew him." "I don't." The lie came as easily as all the others had. She hated how easy it was. Near the edge of the yard, Atlee was speaking to Henry Wagler. Lucinda watched from the corner of her eye as Atlee extended his hand, and Henry took it. The exchange was brief and private, two men speaking in voices too low for anyone else to hear. She would learn later what was said. She would learn that Atlee had thanked Henry for the prayer inside Lucinda's hope chest, the one that spoke of courage and standing in the open. She would learn that Henry had looked at Atlee with the calm gaze of a man who recognized sincerity, and had said, "God works in ways meant to be faced, not avoided." But she didn't know that yet. What she saw was Esther moving toward the two men with the sharp, purposeful stride that meant something had crossed a line. "That prayer was not for you," Esther said. Her voice was low and tight. "It was written for my doctor, in her hope chest, for her future. Not for a stranger passing through." Henry said nothing. Atlee's face stayed composed, though the effort showed in him, the slight tension in his shoulders, the stillness of his hands. "I meant nae disrespect," Atlee said quietly. Esther turned and walked away. The yard kept moving around them, but the conversation had been seen, and the seeing had done its work. Betty's eyebrows rose. Two women at the nearest table exchanged a glance. Lucinda excused herself from Caleb's side. He called after her, something about the meal, but she didn't stop. She crossed the yard with steps that were too quick for Sunday, and too steady for the way her heart was pounding. Atlee watched her come. His expression was guarded and open at the same time, the face of a man who'd traveled a long way, and was not sure whether the journey had been worth it. "Lucinda." His voice was low. Real. The voice she'd imagined for 3 years, and it was both exactly right and entirely different from what she expected. "You read beautifully," she said. It was not what she wanted to say. It was not close to what she wanted to say. "I came for you," Atlee said. The words were simple and unhidden. "But I cannot stay long. My farm needs me, and I will not linger where I'm not wanted." He paused. "I didn't realize you were courting. I leave in 3 days. Unless there is a reason to stay." The words sat between them in the afternoon light. Around them, the district ate and talked and watched without seeming to watch, the way communities always did. Lucinda opened her mouth. She wanted to say stay. She wanted to say you are the reason I get up in the morning, and the reason I lie awake at night, and the reason I hide letters under a sewing basket like a woman with something to lose. It wasn't my choice. "I'm glad you came," she said instead. It was not enough. They both knew it was not enough. 3 years of truth on paper, and standing face to face, she couldn't find a single honest word to give him. The distance between his letters and her courage had never been wider than it was right then, with the sun warm on her cap, and the whole district pretending not to watch. "I have to go," she said, reluctantly turning, as Caleb arrived at her side. Atlee nodded once. Then he turned and walked toward the lane. Lucinda stood in the yard with the weight of everything unspoken pressing down on her shoulders like hands she couldn't shake off. Chapter 7. Esther was still talking about Caleb when they drove home from service. "Did you see how he stayed at your side? Not hovering. Not forward. Present. That is what a gutman does." She sat in the passenger seat of the buggy with her hands folded in her lap, her voice carrying the bright certainty of a woman who was watching her plans take shape. And the way he spoke to the Petersheim family was respectful, confident. "A man like that builds something. You can see it in his bearing." Lucinda held the reins and said nothing. The horse moved at its usual pace, steady and unbothered by the weight of the conversation behind it. "He asked about your sewing," Esther continued. "Did you hear that? He asked Betty whether you had finished the quilt panels, and Betty told him you were the finest quilter in the district. He's paying attention, Lucinda. That is what courtship looks like." "He asked about my sewing," Lucinda repeated. "Jaw. A man who notices a woman's work is a man who values her contributions. Not every man does." Esther paused, and her voice dropped half a register. "Not every man is a solid provider and respected in the district." The barb landed where it was meant to. Lucinda gripped the reins tighter and kept her eyes on the road. The afternoon stretched ahead of them. Esther talked about Caleb's farm, his family, and his standing in the district. She talked about the way he'd driven Lucinda to service, and how many women had noticed. She talked about the future the way she always did, as if it were a quilt with a pattern already chosen, and the only question was how quickly Lucinda would stitch it together. After supper, Caleb came to the house. Lucinda hadn't expected him. She was washing dishes at the sink when the sound of hooves in the lane made Esther straighten and smooth her apron with the quick, purposeful gesture that meant company was arriving and appearance mattered. Lucinda set out cups and the gut cake she baked for old Mr. Wengard. It looked like she'd be baking again tomorrow. Esther opened the door before Caleb reached the porch. "Caleb. What a pleasant surprise. Come sit." He sat at the kitchen table, his hat in his hands, his confidence filling the room the way a large piece of furniture filled a small space, taking up more than its share without apology. Esther brought coffee and slices of cake and settled into the conversation, like a woman taking a seat at a show she'd written herself. Caleb talked about the harvest, about the dairy, about the barn addition he was planning, and the lumber he'd already ordered. It was the same conversation they'd already had, twice now. He spoke about Faith's Creek the way a man spoke about land he intended to own for the rest of his life, with certainty, with investment, with the unshakable conviction that this place, and its people and its traditions were the only things worth building on. He spoke, but he never asked her about her day, her dreams, her plans. It was all about him. Esther listened with visible pride, as if every word he spoke confirmed something she'd already known. She asked about his mamm's health, about his brooder's new barn, and about whether the dairy would expand further next year. Each question was an invitation for Caleb to display another qualification, and he accepted each one without hesitation. After Esther excused herself to check on a lamp upstairs, a departure so choreographed that Lucinda could have predicted its timing to the minute, Caleb turned to her. "Walk with me," he said, not as a question but a demand that ruffled the hairs on Lucinda's neck. They walked along the lane in the last of the evening light. The sky was deep blue at the edges, fading to pale gold in the west. Fireflies blinked along the fence line, and the air was warm and still. Caleb walked beside her with the easy stride of a man who believed the world arranged itself around his plans. He was not unkind. That was what made it harder. He was attentive and steady and built things with his hands, and if Lucinda had been the woman Esther wanted her to be, she would have been grateful for his attention. But she was not that woman. She was the woman who hid letters beneath a sewing basket, and checked the mailbox before dawn, and loved a man 3 districts away with a love so secret it sometimes disappeared behind the smile she wore for everyone else. Walking beside Caleb in the fading light, she carried the ghost of every letter Atlee had written, every honest word he offered her, every quiet prayer he prayed on her behalf. Caleb had honey, a dairy farm, and polished boots. Atlee had the truth. And truth was not something Lucinda could set aside because a more convenient option had arrived at her kitchen table. "I enjoyed driving you to service," Caleb said. "It was kind of you." "It was not kindness." He stopped walking and turned to face her. "I have been watching you for some time, Lucinda. You are not like the other women in this district. You are thoughtful and warm and patient, and I believe you would make a gut fra. I am not rushing. But I want you to know my intentions are serious." The words were clean and direct. A man stepping forward, the way Esther said a serious man should. Nay letters. Nay distance. Nay hidden correspondence that had to be smuggled past a woman's own mamm. "I appreciate that," Lucinda said. Caleb studied her face. His expression was pleasant, but there was an edge beneath it, the look of a man who was accustomed to getting what he set out to get, and had not yet encountered a reason to adjust his expectations. "But this is all a little fast," she added. His face hardened, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes, gone so quickly she wondered if it was just her imagination. That is not something a woman should say. If a man shows his intentions, it's a woman's place to accept. Lucinda felt her mouth drop open. "I That reading today," he interrupted. "The man from another district." Lucinda's hands clasped into fists at her side. "What about him?" His words were chosen carefully. Too carefully, maybe. For a guest reader, he spoke as if the scripture were meant for someone specific. Caleb's voice was even. Too even. "He annoyed me, honestly. A man passing through has nae business choosing a passage like that. It was poorly timed." "He was reading God's word," Lucinda said. "I don't think God's word can be poorly timed, and if I'm honest, nearly every reading, every service feels like it is aimed at me. Don't you feel that?" Caleb's jaw tightened. Then he smiled, and the smile was the kind that held everything behind it that the words didn't say. "You're right, of course." He turned and started walking again. "Forget I said anything." They walked back to the house in silence. The fireflies had thickened along the fence, their small lights blinking on and off in a rhythm that had nae pattern and nae urgency. Lucinda watched them and envied their simplicity. They existed, they shone, they asked permission from nae one. Esther was waiting on the porch, her expression expectant. Caleb thanked her for the coffee and the cake, and said he looked forward to seeing Lucinda again soon. Esther beamed. After his buggy disappeared down the lane, Esther turned to Lucinda with bright eyes. "Well?" "He's very confident," Lucinda said. "Confidence in a man is a virtue. It means he knows what he wants, and is not afraid to claim it." Esther dried her hands on her apron. "I told his mamm that you would welcome another visit this week. Perhaps Wednesday. He could bring supper." "You told his mamm. Was I wrong to?" Esther's voice carried the faintest edge, the one that said she was daring Lucinda to object, and already had her response prepared. "He is interested. You are available. And time spent avoiding God's plan does not slow it down, Lucinda. It only makes the catching up harder." Lucinda climbed the stairs to her room without answering. She closed the door and leaned against it, pressing her palms flat against the wood. The hope chest sat at the foot of her bed, its walnut surface dark in the unlit room. The prayer inside it spoke of courage and standing in the open. Atlee had read scripture about truth spoken plainly, even when it cost comfort. And Lucinda had sat through both the prayer and the reading, and done nothing with either of them except carry them like stones in her pockets, growing heavier by the day. And Esther was downstairs, already planning the next step in a courtship Lucinda had never agreed to. Caleb was not wrong about one thing. Atlee's reading had been chosen carefully. The words were meant for someone specific. They were meant for her. And the fact that the whole district had seen it, had watched a stranger read about truth and understanding, and then watched Lucinda sit rigid on the women's bench with her hands clenched in her lap, meant the secrecy she'd relied on for 3 years was beginning to crack. She couldn't hold both worlds much longer. The woman her mamm wanted her to be and the woman Atlee knew her to be could not share the same life forever. Esther was not just suggesting a future. She was arranging it. She was placing Caleb at the table and clearing space for him in Lucinda's days, and building a path so smooth and so well lit that turning away from it would look like madness to anyone watching. And Lucinda was running out of days to turn. She opened the hope chest and read the prayer one more time. Remind her that God did not make her heart tender so she could hide it. She closed the lid. Downstairs, Esther was still moving through the kitchen, and the sounds of her mamm's plans pressed up through the floorboards like something growing roots beneath the house. Tomorrow there would be another meal, another arranged visit, another step down a path Lucinda had not chosen. And if she didn't speak soon, the path would close behind her, and the woman Atlee knew would disappear inside the woman her mamm built. Chapter 8. Atlee sat on the edge of the bed in the small guest room at the Beeler house and stared at the wall. The room was plain and clean. A narrow bed, a wooden chair, a hook for his hat. Sarah Beeler had left fresh towels on the chair, and a glass of water on the side table, and Bishop Amos had told him to treat the house as his own for as long as he stayed. He'd not expected to feel this way. He'd come to Faith's Creek with a purpose, and with hope in his heart. He was to see Lucinda, to speak to her, to stand in the open and ask whether the love they'd built on paper could survive in daylight. The scripture reading had given the visit a frame, a reason the community could accept. But the frame was cracking now, because Lucinda arrived at the service in another man's buggy, and the whole district had watched it happen. Caleb King. Atlee knew the name. He'd heard it at the market on Saturday, spoken in the casual, approving tones people used when they talked about local men with local farms and local futures. Caleb had dairy cattle and new fence posts, and the kind of standing in Faith's Creek that came from generations of roots sunk deep into the same soil. Atlee had none of that. He had a farm in another district, parents who left the faith, and a hidden 3-year correspondence with a woman who could not even cross a market to speak to him. He pressed his hands against his knees and closed his eyes. The image of Lucinda stepping down from Caleb's buggy burned behind his eyelids. It burned in his chest and in his stomach. The way she'd straightened her cap, the possessive way Caleb's hand hovered near her elbow, the way Esther watched with satisfaction written across her face like a signature on a finished letter. God, he prayed. I came here because I believed you wanted me here. I came because the bishop invited me, and because Lucinda has been carrying this weight alone, and because I'm tired of loving her from a distance. But I cannot compete with a man who is standing where I should be standing. I cannot fight for a woman who will not fight for herself. Maybe her letters have all been a lie, a fantasy. Only I know this is not true. The gossip at the market had also told me that Caleb had been engineered into Lucinda's life by her mamm. It was unfair, but I wish she would fight for our love. Was that wrong, selfish? He opened his eyes. The wall had no answers. But the prayer had loosened something inside his chest, a knot that had been tightening since Sunday morning. He wouldn't leave just yet, not without trying. He wouldn't let Caleb's proximity be the reason he abandoned the one person who'd ever made him believe patience was not the same as surrender. He would fight, not with words or confrontation. That was not who he was, and Lucinda had not fallen in love with a man who raised his voice or forced his way into rooms where he was not invited. He would fight with presence, with honesty, with the same steady faith that had carried him through 3 years of letters and the long, quiet nights between them. He would be here, visible and unhidden, and he would let God and Lucinda decide the rest. The decision settled in his chest like a post set deep in clay. Not comfortable, but firm. He found Bishop Amos in the kitchen after breakfast, drinking coffee with the slow deliberation of a man who had nowhere to be and all the time in the world to get there. "Sit," Amos said. Atlee sat. "You look like a man who's been praying hard and sleeping poorly." "You are right on both," Atlee admitted. Amos poured him a cup and pushed it across the table. The kitchen was warm. Morning light came through the window above the sink, and somewhere in the yard, a rooster was making his feelings known. "She arrived with Caleb," Atlee said. The words came out flat, as if the emotion behind them had been pressed down so many times it had lost its shape. "I know her mamm arranged it, but the whole district saw." "I know. He's local. He farms here. He has everything I do not." Amos sipped his coffee. His eyes were steady. "He has proximity. That is not the same as everything. It is in the eyes of her mamm. Esther sees what she wishes to see. That is not a failing unique to her." Amos set his cup down. "What do you want, Atlee?" "I want to be the man standing beside her. Not in a letter. Not from another district. Beside her. Then you must be patient. But patience is not the same as silence. And delay now will cost more than clarity." Amos leaned forward. "If you love this woman, you owe her the truth of that love spoken plainly. Not in a letter. Not through a reading. To her face, in her presence, where she can see the man behind the words." "I tried. After the reading. She said she was glad I came. That was all." He shrugged. "She said it wasn't my choice, but that was all." Amos nodded slowly. "She was surprised by your visit, shocked, and she hasn't recovered from that yet. Also, she's afraid, Atlee. Not of you. Of what choosing you would mean. Of what it would cost her with Esther. With the district. With the life she's built to keep everyone comfortable except herself." He paused. "Be patient with her fear. But do not let it become your excuse." Atlee stared into his coffee. The surface was still, dark, reflecting nothing. After the talk, he prayed and helped the bishop on the farm. That afternoon, he walked through the district. He wasn't looking for Lucinda. He was looking for the shape of her life. Taking in the roads she traveled, the homes she visited, the market where they had exchanged a single glance that carried the weight of everything unsaid. Atlee slowed as he came near the general store. A small group stood outside, talking in the mild afternoon sun. And there she was. Lucinda stood beside Caleb, her hands folded neatly in front of her apron. Caleb was saying something, leaning a little closer than necessary, his voice low and easy. Lucinda's head tilted toward him, and after a moment, she gave a small laugh. Caleb smiled at her like a man who already knew the answer to a question he had not yet asked. From where Atlee stood, it looked comfortable. Easy. The sort of quiet understanding people spoke of when they said a couple suited each other. 2 women nearby were watching them. "See there," one of them murmured softly. "Lucinda and Caleb again." Her companion nodded. "Her mamm must be pleased. It's a gut match if ever there was one." Atlee didn't stop. He kept walking past the store, his pace steady, his face giving nothing away. But the sight stayed with him. Lucinda laughing beside Caleb. And for a moment, it looked very much like she belonged there. He didn't know whether Lucinda's smiles were real, or whether they were the same practice performances she described in her letters, the ones she wore like a second cap, bright and smooth and covering everything underneath. She'd written to him once, "I am so good at pretending that sometimes I forget what is underneath the pretending. That scares me more than anything mamm could say." Those words had kept him awake the night they arrived. They came back to him now, standing in the road with the general store behind him, and the afternoon pressing down like a hand. But the doubt did its work. The doubt took the fight he'd prayed for that morning and turned it sideways, until what had been resolve began to look like stubbornness, and what had been love began to look like desperation. He walked back to the Beeler house and sat in the guest room and wrote 3 lines in his journal. She arrived with him. The district believes she's content. The pen was poised above the page. He closed his eyes, his breath coming fast and desperate. He tried to pray, but it wouldn't come. He opened his eyes and wrote, "I will not compete quietly." He resolved to not step back. Not to leave. Not yet. Though leaving had started circling like a bird over a field, coming closer with each pass. Then the fight left him. He couldn't push her, couldn't force her to be with him. That was wrong. He had to stop reaching. If Lucinda wanted him, she would have to choose him openly. He couldn't chase a woman across a district if she'd already decided she belonged to someone else. That evening, he told Amos he was thinking of leaving earlier than planned. The bishop said nothing, then asked, "Have you told her what you told me?" "I told her I would not stay without a reason." "And did she give you one?" Atlee shook his head. Amos folded his hands. "Then you must decide what you are willing to lose. A man who leaves quietly sometimes loses everything. And a man who stays past his welcome loses himself." He looked at Atlee with eyes that had seen 50 years of marriages and heartbreaks and reunions. "Pray on it. But do not wait too long. The harvest does not care about timing." Atlee went to bed that night in turmoil. One moment, he was going to fight for her, to talk to her and explain how he felt. The next thing he resolved to do was arrange his departure. The guest room was dark and quiet. The walls seemed to close in until they were close enough to touch from the narrow bed. Through the window, the edge of the Beeler garden and the fence posts beyond it, white in the moonlight, marking a boundary he wasn't sure he had the right to cross. He would leave before the end of the week. He would write Lucinda one last letter. He would say what needed to be said, and then he would go home, and repair the barn, and tend the corn, and live the life he'd been given, even if it was not the life he wanted. Unless she chose him. Unless she stepped out of the silence and into the open, and said the words she had only ever written on paper. He didn't believe she would. 3 years of letters, and she'd not once said the word love where anyone but the paper could hear it. The bravest thing she'd ever done was write the truth. The hardest thing she would ever do was speak it. But he prayed she might. Chapter 9. Caleb arrived on Wednesday with a basket of fresh rolls, and the quiet certainty of a man who expected to be let in. Esther opened the door wide. "Caleb, what a kind surprise." Lucinda was just finishing the mending. "Come in, sit, I will soon have some coffee ready." Lucinda had not been finishing the mending. She'd been sitting at the kitchen table rereading the prayer from the Hope chest for the 4th time that week. The paper was tucked inside the hem she was supposed to be stitching. She slid the prayer into her pocket before Caleb reached the table. He sat across from her and set the basket between them. "Mamm baked this morning. She said your family should have some." "That's very kind," Lucinda said. "Danke." Esther poured coffee and settled into her usual chair with the expression of a woman watching a garden she'd planted begin to bloom. She guided the conversation the way she guided everything, with gentle, insistent pressure, like water moving a stone that didn't know it was being moved. Caleb has been thinking about the future, Esther said, as if reporting news she'd heard and approved. Tell Lucinda what you told me, Caleb. He leaned back in his chair and spoke with the unhurried confidence of a man laying out plans he'd already committed to. One he expected everyone to admire. The dairy would expand next year. He was looking at a second team of horses for the heavy field work. The house would get a proper addition on the east side, a bigger kitchen, an extra bedroom, the kind of space a family would need. He said family the way some men said weather, casually, as if it were simply the next thing coming and required no particular discussion. As if she'd already agreed that they would be having one. A man who plans well builds well, Esther said, nodding. And a man who builds well provides well. Isn't that so, Lucinda? Ja, ma'am. Caleb watched her. His expression was pleasant, but beneath it ran a current of expectation, the steady pressure of a man who was not accustomed to waiting and didn't intend to wait much longer. I've also been thinking about services, Caleb said. And about the singing next Sunday evening. The weather should be fine, and I will drive you. We will ride together to the Petersheim place where the singing is being held, and I will bring you home after. The way he said it made the evening sound like a closed door, a plan with no openings, no room for a woman to slip sideways and find her own way home. Esther's face brightened with the kind of satisfaction that came from watching pieces fall exactly where she had placed them. She would be glad to, Esther said. Lucinda pressed her hands flat against the table. I can answer for myself, ma'am. The kitchen went quiet. Esther's eyes narrowed. Caleb's pleasant expression didn't change, it froze, and his posture stiffened, the way a man's posture stiffened when the ground shifted beneath him, and he was deciding how to respond. Of course, Esther said carefully. Go ahead. Lucinda looked at Caleb. He was handsome enough. Strong. Local. Exactly the kind of man the district expected her to choose. If she said ja to the buggy ride, she would be saying ja to more than a ride. She would be saying ja to the path her ma'am had cleared, the future her ma'am had arranged, the life her ma'am had decided was the right shape for her doctor. But more than that, she would be saying nay to Atlee, she would be throwing this in his face, if he were still here. Why would he be? She'd made no attempt to see him. I'll think about it, Lucinda said. Caleb's jaw tightened. Not much but enough. He nodded once, slowly, and turned to Esther. I appreciate your hospitality, as always. After Esther walked him to the porch, she came back inside with the careful, measured steps of a woman controlling something volcanic. You will think about it, Esther repeated, her eyes flashing anger. She was not used to her doctor making her own decisions. I said I would. A man brings gifts to your table, offers to drive you to the singing, and you say you will think about it. As if he were asking about the weather. Esther stood at the counter, her hands gripping the edge. I have raised you to be gracious, Lucinda. That was not gracious. I was honest. Honest. Esther shook her head. Honest is a word people use when they want to be difficult and not be blamed for it. The words stung. They stung worse because Esther was half right. Lucinda was being difficult, but not for the reasons her ma'am assumed. She was being difficult because every jaw she gave Caleb was one she should have been giving Atlee, and every polite smile she offered at the kitchen table was a lie she added to a pile that had been growing for 3 years until it towered over everything real in her life. Lucinda pressed her lips together and said nothing, because saying something would mean saying too much, and the prayer in her pocket was giving her heartburn like a coal she had swallowed without chewing. She washed the cups after her ma'am went upstairs. She dried them with careful, steady hands and set them in the cupboard and wiped the counter and swept the floor, because these were things she could do without thinking, and not thinking was the only mercy available to her tonight. Later, after Esther had gone to bed, Caleb returned. Lucinda didn't expect it. She was on the porch in the dark, sitting in the rocking chair with the cool night air on her face, and the stars spread thick above the tree line, when his buggy appeared in the lane. He stepped down and walked to the porch without hesitation. "I want to be plain with you," he said. "All right. I have made my intentions clear to your mamm and to the district. I'm courting you, or I'm trying to. And I will not be made to look foolish by a man passing through." Lucinda's fingers curled against her skirt, anger flared in her chest. Partly at him but more so at herself. Why didn't she go to Atlee? Why didn't she tell her mamm how she felt? Why had she become so afraid to live the life she wanted? "I did not ask you to do that." His face hardened and she saw his fist clench. Why had she said that? Why didn't she say more? It seemed as if she was trapped in a lie of her own making. Too many times she'd done as her mamm wished and given up her own needs. For so long she'd hidden Atlee, and it seemed she couldn't bring him into the light. Why? "The man from the other district. King." Caleb's voice was low and direct. "I saw the way you looked at him after the reading. I saw you cross the yard to speak with him. People saw. I expect honesty from you, Lucinda. If there is something between you and him, I want to know now, not after I've invested more of my time and my reputation." The night was quiet. The crickets sang in the fields beyond the fence. Lucinda gripped the arms of the rocking chair and let the silence stretch. Now, say it now." "There is nothing between us," she said, the words on her lips before she could stop them. The lie was the worst one she'd ever told. It tasted like iron. It sat in her mouth, heavy and bitter, and wouldn't dissolve no matter how many times she swallowed. Caleb studied her face in the dark. The moonlight caught the edge of his jaw, the set of his shoulders, the stillness of a man who was deciding whether to press harder or step back. He chose back. "Gut. Then I will see you at the singing." He left without saying goodbye. He didn't need to. The conversation had been a claim staked, not a farewell offered. His buggy rattled down the lane, and the dark swallowed the sound of it. Lucinda sat on the porch with her hands shaking, and the prayer pressed against her leg. Tears ran down her face, and her heart ached so much she thought it might shatter. She'd promised nothing. But she'd failed to correct him. Again. She'd looked a man in the eye and said there is nothing between us about the person who mattered most in her life, and the words had come out smooth and practiced, the way all her lies came out. Smooth enough that Caleb believed her. Smooth enough that anyone would have believed her. That was the gift and the curse of being Lucinda Yoder. She was so good at lying, she'd been hiding the truth so long that it had nowhere left to live. Once more, she'd chosen avoidance over truth, the way she always did, the way she'd been choosing while Atlee wrote honest letters and waited for her to match his courage. A figure moved on the road beyond the fence. Lucinda went still. It was Atlee. Walking in the dark, his hat in his hands, his stride unhurried, the silhouette of a man who couldn't sleep, and had chosen the road over the ceiling. He didn't see her on the porch. He passed the house without looking, and Lucinda watched him go, and despite everything, despite the lie she'd just told and the prayer burning against her thigh, and the two lives she couldn't hold together much longer, she smiled. A small, private smile that belonged to no one but herself and the dark. He was still here. He hadn't left. She went inside and passed the window that looked toward the road. His figure had disappeared into the dark beyond the fence line, but the knowing that he was out there, walking the same roads, breathing the same night air, carried her up the stairs. In her room, she pulled Atlee's last letter from beneath the sewing basket and read it one more time. "I'm not going anywhere. But I need to know that you are choosing this, not enduring it." She read the prayer. Remind her that God did not make her heart tender so she could hide it. She sat on the floor beside the hope chest with both pieces of paper in her hands, and the truth settled over her like a weight she could no longer pretend she was not carrying. Her silence was not protecting anyone. It was pushing Atlee away, it was hurting him. Every day she said nothing was a day closer to losing him, not to Caleb, not to Esther, but to her own inability to stand up and speak. The stars turned outside her window. The house was silent. And Lucinda held the truth in her hands, and prayed she would be brave enough to hold it in the open before it was too late. Chapter 10. Esther announced it over breakfast, the way she announced everything, as a settled fact, wrapped in the voice of a woman who'd already made the decision, and was simply informing the household. Caleb will escort you to Rose and Marlon's wedding. I spoke to his mamm yesterday, and it's arranged. Lucinda's spoon stopped halfway to her mouth. The oatmeal she'd been eating turned to paste on her tongue. You arranged this without asking me. I arranged what is best for you. That is what a mamm does. Esther poured her own coffee with deliberate steadiness. The whole district will be at the wedding. Rose is your closest friend, and people will expect to see you with someone. Caleb is willing and honored. There is no reason to say nay. Lucinda set her spoon down. The morning light came through the kitchen window and lay across the table in pale rectangles, and the room was so still she could hear the clock above the stove marking seconds like a hammer striking nails. Rose is my friend, Lucinda said slowly. This is her wedding. I should be there for her, not as part of some arrangement. It is not an arrangement. It is courtesy. A young woman attending a wedding with a gut man at her side is not an arrangement. It is how things are done. Esther's voice hardened at the edges. Unless you would prefer to go alone and shame me. Have people talk about why Lucinda Yoder still has no one to walk beside her at 24. The word alone cut through her. Lucinda pressed her hands flat against the table and breathed through it. She had been alone her entire life, in every way that mattered, except in the letters she hid, and the love she carried, and the quiet prayers she whispered into her pillow at night. In those, she was not alone. She had never been alone. But the only person who knew that lived 3 districts away, and wrote letters she couldn't show anyone. Nay. He was not 3 districts away. He was here. Atlee was in Faith's Creek, staying at the Beeler house, and he was leaving in days unless she gave him a reason to stay, and instead of giving him a reason, she was sitting at this table eating oatmeal while her mamm decided who would drive her to a wedding. Panic rose in her chest like water in a sink with the drain blocked. It didn't come suddenly. It had been building for days, for weeks, rising so slowly she had mistaken it for patience, for duty. But it wasn't patience. It was paralysis. And now the water had reached the rim, and there was nowhere left for it to go. The wedding was on Saturday, in 2 days. In 2 days, the district would gather to celebrate Rose and Marlon, and Lucinda would stand beside them and smile and mean it, because Rose's happiness was real and deserved. But if she stood there with Caleb at her side, every person in the barn would read it as a declaration. Betty would talk. Sarah Beeler would talk. The whole district would nod its collective head and say, finally, Lucinda Yoder has made her choice. And the choice they would see was not the choice she made. Nothing in her life was the choice she made. Her mamm had been manipulating her for so long she felt unable to say nay. But maybe it was time to do so. I don't want to go with Caleb, Lucinda said. The words surprised her as much as they surprised Esther. She'd not planned to say them. They'd simply arrived, pushed up from somewhere deeper than her usual caution, the place where the prayer lived and Atlee's letters lived and the truth she had been drowning in for 3 years lived. The kitchen went very still. Esther set down her cup. The sound of porcelain against wood was precise and final. Her eyes locked on Lucinda with the focused attention of a woman who was reassessing the situation and didn't like what she was finding. "Excuse me. I don't want to go with Caleb. I'm grateful for his attention, and he is a gut man, but I have not agreed to be courted by him, and attending Rose's wedding as his companion will tell the whole district that I have. I'm not ready for that. It would not be fair to him or to me. Not ready." Esther's voice dropped to the register she used when her patience was being tested beyond what she considered reasonable. "You have had years to be ready. I have waited. I have prayed. I have provided every opportunity God could offer, and you sit in this kitchen and tell me you're not ready. I'm telling you I'm not ready for Caleb." "Then who, Lucinda?" Esther's hands gripped the edge of the counter. "Who are you ready for? Because I have watched you smile your way through every singing, and every gathering, and every visit from every respectable man in this district, and you have given your heart to none of them. What are you waiting for?" The answer was so close to the surface that Lucinda could taste it. "Atlee. I am waiting for Atlee. I have been waiting for him, and with him, and because of him for 3 years, and the only reason you don't know is because I was too afraid to tell you." She didn't say it. The words sat behind her teeth like a confession she was not yet brave enough to make. "I am trusting in God's timing," she said instead. "God's timing." Esther turned away. Her shoulders were rigid under her dress, and her hands moved to the counter and gripped it the way she gripped the reins on a horse that was pulling too hard. God's timing is a convenient excuse when a woman does not want to face the choices in front of her. You are 24 years old. You are healthy and capable, and every advantage has been given to you, and you stand here hiding behind God's timing as if He intends you to wait forever. She paused. Her voice went quieter, which was always worse than loud. "If you won't go with Caleb, you will go alone. And when people ask why, I will have no answer to give them. And that shame will be yours, not mine." Esther left the kitchen. Her footsteps moved up the stairs, sharp, measured, deliberate, and the bedroom door closed with a sound that was not a slam but carried the same weight. Lucinda sat at the table in the silence that followed. The house creaked around her as if it were shunning her, too. The clock ticked. Outside, a cardinal called from the maple tree near the porch, its voice sharp and bright and utterly indifferent to the wreckage on the kitchen table. The oatmeal was cold. The coffee was untouched. The morning pressed against the windows like a visitor she was not prepared to receive. Esther's words circled in the quiet, that shame will be yours, not mine, and the cruelty of it was not in the words themselves but in the certainty behind them. Her mamm believed what she was saying. She believed that a doctor who refused to follow the path her mother chose was bringing shame on the family, and no amount of truth or prayer or love letters from an honest man could change that belief. Unless someone tried. Atlee was leaving. In 2 days, maybe 3, he would load his buggy and drive back to his own district and his own farm, and the distance between them would return to what it had been before. Maybe there would still be letters and prayers and the slow, grinding patience of loving someone who existed only on paper, but maybe not. What reason had she given him to continue? She couldn't let him leave without speaking her truth. The realization arrived without fanfare. It didn't crash or burn or shatter anything. It simply appeared, quiet and certain, like a seed that had been planted long ago and had finally broken the surface. She had to speak to Atlee. Before the wedding. Before Caleb drove her to another event she hadn't chosen. Before her silence hardened into a wall she could no longer climb over. She had to tell him. Not on paper, not in careful handwriting, not in the safe, one-directional voice of a letter that could be folded and hidden. She had to tell him in person, with her own voice, standing in the open air where anyone could hear. She had to defy her mamm. Not with anger or rebellion, or the dramatic confrontation Esther would use to justify her own position. Quietly. Deliberately. The way Atlee had always asked her to live, honestly, even when it cost comfort. She would go to the Beeler house. Today. Before the fear could settle back into its familiar shape and convince her that waiting was the same as choosing. Before Mam came downstairs and asked where she was going and why, and before the smooth, practiced lies could form on her tongue and carry her one more day deeper into the silence that was destroying everything she loved. She stood from the table. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were steady. Somewhere upstairs, her mamm's door was closed. Somewhere across the district, Atlee was running out of reasons to stay. And somewhere inside Lucinda, in the place where the lies lived and the truth lived and the prayer about courage had taken root, a decision was growing that could not be undone. She left the oatmeal on the table and went to find her shoes. Chapter 11. Atlee heard about Caleb and the wedding from Betty Glick, who mentioned it at the general store with the cheerful confidence of a woman delivering news she assumed everyone wanted to hear. Lucinda will attend with Caleb Keem, Betty said, adjusting her basket on her arm. Her mamm arranged it. Such a fine pairing, don't you think? He's steady and local and building a gut life right here in the district. That's exactly what Lucinda needs. Atlee nodded politely and said nothing. He bought the nails he'd come for and walked back to the Ballers with the bag in one hand, and the weight of Betty's words pressing heavily on his chest. Lucinda was going to the wedding with Caleb. He sat on the porch steps and turned the fact over in his hands the way he would turn a piece of wood before cutting it, examining the grain, testing the weight, looking for the place where it might split if pressed. The fact was simple. Lucinda had been told to attend the wedding with Caleb, but she'd not refused. Whether she agreed willingly or had been maneuvered into it by Esther didn't change the outcome. She would stand beside another man at a public gathering, and the district would see what it wanted to see. The question that had been circling him since Sunday landed squarely on his shoulders and refused to move. Was this her choice? He didn't know. That was the cruelty of it. He didn't know whether Lucinda's compliance was obedience or desire, whether her silence meant she was trapped or content, whether the woman who'd written him 47 letters about courage and truth was the same woman who smiled at another man's kitchen table and said nothing. He wanted to go to her. He wanted to walk to the Yoder house and knock on the door and stand in front of Esther and Caleb and the whole district and say, "I love your doctor. I have loved her for 3 years. I came here to tell her that in person, and I will not leave until she has heard me." He'd imagined that moment 100 times. In his barn, mending fence wire with bleeding hands. At his kitchen table, writing letters by lamplight. In the fields where the corn grew, and the silence stretched, and the distance between him and Lucinda was measured not in miles but in words she wouldn't speak and choices she wouldn't make. He'd imagined standing in front of her mamm with his hat in his hands, and his heart exposed, and every vulnerability he'd ever carried laid out on the table like a farmer showing his harvest. Take it or leave it, but this is what I've grown. But he couldn't force Lucinda to choose him. He couldn't demand what had to be given freely. And if she'd chosen Caleb, or if she'd chosen silence, which amounted to the same thing, then staying in Faith's Creek was not faith. It was stubbornness dressed in hope. He pressed his hands against his knees and stared at the garden. Sarah Ballard's tomatoes were coming in, green and heavy on the vine. The beans climbed their poles in neat rows. Everything in this house, in this garden, and in this district moved according to a plan someone had made, and someone else had followed. Atlee had spent his whole life following plans. At first he'd followed his dads, his mams, then it had become the plan of the faith and of God. The one plan he made for himself, the one choice that belonged to him alone, was the choice to love Lucinda. And now that choice was being taken from him, not by force but by silence. He prayed. The words were rough and honest, the kind of prayer that came from the bottom of a man's chest rather than the top of his mind. God, I came here because I believed you called me here. I stood in a barn and read your words in front of strangers who judged me before I opened my mouth. I've been patient. I've been honest. And she is going to a wedding with another man, while I sit on these steps and wonder whether any of it mattered. Show me what you want. Because what I want is clear, and it's not happening, and I do not know how much longer I can wait before waiting becomes something worse. The prayer didn't answer itself. Prayers rarely did. But the act of speaking honest words into the silence loosened the knot in his chest enough for him to breathe. At that moment, Bishop Amos came out to the porch, carrying 2 cups of coffee with the unhurried manner of a man who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. You look like a man deciding something, Amos said. I am. Are you leaving? Atlee took the cup. The coffee was hot and strong, the way Amos always made it, as if the drink itself were supposed to do some of the work the conversation could not. I'm thinking about it. She's attending the wedding with Caleb. I'm sure her mamm arranged it, but she didn't say nay. Saying the words caused pain in his chest, as if a knife had been plunged deep into his heart. If that is what she wants, I should respect it. Amos sat in the rocking chair and rocked slowly, his white beard catching the afternoon light. He didn't speak for a long time. The rocker creaked. The garden grew. A sparrow landed on the fence post and tilted its head, examining something in the grass. Waiting can look like indifference, Amos said at last. Even when it's meant as kindness. A man who waits or leaves quietly sometimes sends a message he doesn't intend. What message? That he didn't care enough to stay, enough to bridge the gap. Amos sipped his coffee. You came here with purpose, Atlee. God brought you to this district at this time for a reason you may not fully understand yet. What does God want for you? Joy, Atlee said. The word came out before he could examine it, and once it was spoken, he couldn't take it back. God wants joy for me. I believe that. And what would give you joy? Lucinda. Standing beside her. Building a life with her. Not in letters, but in the open, where everyone can see. Amos nodded. And what would give Lucinda joy? The question settled between them. Atlee stared into his coffee, where the dark surface reflected nothing. I don't know, he admitted. I know what she writes. I know what she says on paper. But I have not heard her say it to my face. Not once. Amos chuckled. Have you spoken to her? You have both been standing back and avoiding each other. I wonder if it is the fear that once that move is made, once you've spoken the spell of the letters is broken. There will be no going back, but unless you speak, how can you know? But I would cause her trouble, her mamm. Amos chuckled again and stroked his long, gray beard. At some point, that trouble will have to be aired. Like an old rug, it needs to be brought into the open and given a gut shake. There may be some dust, it may make your eyes run, but the rug will be all the better for having been aired. Atlee's jaw tightened. Her mamm. Caleb. The district. Every time I try to get close, someone steps between us. You came to Faith's Creek to speak to her, find a way around them. Or through them. Or wait until they step aside on their own. Amos paused. But do not leave. Not yet. A man who leaves before he's said what needs to be said will spend the rest of his life wondering whether the words would have changed everything. Amos squeezed his shoulder and got up, walking away. The afternoon moved slowly. Atlee sat on the porch for a long time after Amos went inside. The garden shimmered in the heat. A fly buzzed against the screen door, persistent and pointless, the way some efforts were when they pushed against barriers they couldn't see. Amos's words stayed with him, as did the word that had come to his mind. Joy. The word was so simple it was almost embarrassing. A man his age, with his calluses and his complicated family history, sitting on a bishop's porch and admitting that what he wanted from life was joy. Not prosperity. Not standing. Not a farm that impressed the neighbors. Joy. The kind that came from living beside a person who knew you completely and chose you anyway. He pondered what the bishop had said, about speaking plainly, about the difference between retreat and surrender. About the message a quiet departure would send. He knew he must speak to Lucinda. Plainly and privately before leaving the district. Not at the market. Not across a yard full of watching eyes. Somewhere quiet, where the truth could be spoken without an audience. Maybe they were both confused about what the other person wanted. They were hiding in the shadows, but their love needed the sunshine, a gut airing like that rug. The problem was, how did he get to speak to her? Her mamm kept her close. Caleb circled like a man who'd already staked his claim. And the wedding was days away, and after it, Atlee had nae excuse to remain. He finished his coffee and went inside. He washed the cup and set it beside the sink, the way he always did, quietly, carefully, leaving the house as neat as he found it. Sarah would not have to clean up after him. That was who he was. A man who tried to leave every place better than he found it, even when the place didn't want him. He didn't pack his bags. Not yet. There were words that needed saying first. And he would say them, or he would lose the right to call himself the man Lucinda's letters had described. In those letters he was steady, patient and honest. A man who didn't pretend that patience was the same as certainty. He owed her the truth. And he owed himself the courage to deliver it. Chapter 12. Hold still. Esther tucked the last pin beneath Lucinda's cap with quick, practiced fingers. You look proper. Caleb will be pleased. Lucinda stood at the mirror in her room and studied the face looking back at her. She appeared to be calm and composed. It was the same face she'd worn to every gathering, and every singing, and every carefully arranged encounter her mamm had set in front of her. Esther had pressed her best church dress the night before and laid it across the chair, and now Lucinda wore it the way she wore everything, correctly, obediently, with the smooth surface that covered whatever moved underneath. Today was Rose and Marlon's wedding. And Lucinda would walk into it beside a man she didn't love while the man she did love stood somewhere in the same barn and watched. It felt like a betrayal, and yet he hadn't approached her. What did that mean? The blue suits you, Esther said. She stepped back, surveying her doctor with the critical satisfaction of a woman whose plans were proceeding as designed. Caleb will drive us. He's bringing the large buggy so we can all ride together. How fitting he looks at your side. Esther's smile was so wide it nearly split her face. Everyone will see it. Everything is settling into place after that terrible business. I'm so pleased that you're with someone at this wedding. I don't think I could have tolerated the shame. Mamm. Everything wasn't settling. Everything was fracturing, slowly and invisibly, the way ice cracked beneath weight it could not support. Mamm, Rose asked me to sit with her family during the service. You will sit where Caleb's family sits. If you don't, people will notice. And today, what people notice becomes what people believe. Esther smoothed her own dress and checked her cap in the mirror. Martha Keem told me last week how pleased she is that things between you and Caleb are moving forward. A wedding is exactly the right place for people to see the two of you together. It sets the right tone. The right tone. As if Lucinda's life were a hymn that needed to be sung in the proper key, and anyone who strayed from the melody was out of order. She followed Esther downstairs and climbed into Caleb's buggy without speaking. He sat in the driver's seat with his usual confidence, his hat square on his head, his coat brushed clean, the reins held in hands that knew exactly where they were going. Good morning, Lucinda. He smiled. The smile was pleasant and proprietary, the kind a man wore when he was looking at something he considered his. "Good morning, Caleb." The ride was short. The fields rolled past, green and full, with the sun shining down on them. Buggies lined the lane ahead, families converging from every direction, the whole district gathering to witness Rose and Marlon become husband and fra. Lucinda watched it all through the window of Caleb's buggy, and pressed her hands together in her lap until her knuckles went white. Part of her wondered why Atlee had come. Or had she upset him so badly that he no longer wanted to be with her? Or had he looked at her and realized that his love was gone? The barn where the service would be held was already full when they arrived. Benches lined on both sides. Women in plain dresses and caps on the left. Men in black coats and straw hats on the right. The wide doors stood open to let in the morning sunshine, and the murmur of conversation filled the space like the sound of a creek running over stones. Caleb guided Lucinda to the second row, near his mamm. Martha patted Lucinda's knee the moment she sat down, as if Lucinda already belonged to the family. Esther settled beside them, her posture straight, her face carrying the quiet triumph that came from seeing the world arrange itself exactly the way she'd instructed it to. The singing began. Low, slow, the old hymns rising in the familiar cadence. Lucinda opened her mouth and let the sounds come without thinking, because thinking would break her. Then Rose appeared. She walked in from the side entrance with Marlon beside her, their faces solemn in the traditional way. But Rose's eyes were alive. They burned with a joy so fierce and so hard-won that Lucinda had to look away before the tears started. This was a woman who'd spoken the truth when silence would have been safer. A woman who'd refused to let fear or expectation, or the careful arrangements of other people decide who she would love. Rose had paid for that courage. Weeks of cold looks. Her own mamm's disappointment. Talk at every quilting circle and coffee table in the district until Lucinda let them know that she hadn't stolen her love. She never really came out and said that her courtship with Marlon was fake, just that it had run its course, and that she gave her blessing. Now, Rose stood beside Marlon with the quiet certainty of a woman who knew the cost, and would pay it again without hesitation. Lucinda's chest ached. The bishop began the vows. The words were ancient and plain, spoken in the same voice that had married 100 couples before these two. Rose and Marlon answered in turn, their voices steady, their hands joined. "Do you believe and trust that this is from God?" "Ja." The word filled the barn. And Lucinda sat in the second row, watched over by a man who was not Atlee, and pressed her fingers into her palms until the nails left marks. She'd been here before. Not at a wedding. At a moment. The moment when silence stopped being patience and became something worse. Rose had stood at exactly this crossroads not so long ago. She'd looked at the path the district had laid out for her, and the path her heart demanded, and she'd chosen her heart. It cost her. It cost her weeks of whispered judgment and Bertha's cold silence, and the particular cruelty of women, who believed they were being kind, when they told her she was making a mistake. But Rose had chosen. And now she stood at the front of a barn full of people, who had watched her suffer for that choice, and were celebrating the fact that she'd made it. Every excuse Lucinda had ever made for herself, timing, obedience, respect for her mamm, fear of the district, collapsed into the simple, undeniable truth that she was afraid, and if she were not careful, her fear would cost her the one thing she wanted most. Rose had refused to keep silent. Lucinda sat here, having said nothing. Her gaze moved across the barn. Past the women. Past the kinner fidgeting on the back benches. Past the older men with their long beards and patient faces. And there, near the far wall where the light was thinnest, stood Atlee. He was alone. His arms hung at his sides. His hat was in his hands. His expression was guarded and distant. This was the face of a man who was bracing himself against something he'd already decided to accept. He didn't look angry. He didn't look hurt. He looked resolved. And that was worse than either, because resolution meant he'd already let go. He didn't catch her watching. Through the entire ceremony, through the vows and the prayers and the final hymn, Atlee kept his gaze forward, his posture careful, his face revealing nothing. Did he not see her looking, or was this a deliberate refusal to meet her eyes? It cut deeper than any word Esther had ever spoken. Then she realized it was not cruelty. It was protection. He was protecting himself from hoping, because hoping had cost him too much already. Lucinda watched Rose step forward into her new life and knew, with a certainty that settled into her bones like cold water, that she was watching her own chance walk away. After the ceremony, the benches were rearranged for the meal. Long tables appeared. Dishes emerged from the kitchen, carried by many hands. There was roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, creamed celery, fresh bread, and more pies than any gathering could eat. The barn filled with laughter and conversation, and the warm disorder of a community celebrating one of its own. Lucinda helped carry dishes because carrying meant moving, and moving meant she didn't have to sit beside Caleb and smile. She carried bowls of creamed celery and plates of bread and a tray of pies, and each trip to the kitchen was a reprieve, 10 seconds, 15, where nay one was watching her face, and nay one was narrating her future. She tried to get to Atlee, even crossed toward him once, but her mamm cut her off and almost dragged her to the kitchen. This would have to wait. In the kitchen, she paused with her hands on the counter and breathed. The sounds of the celebration pressed through the doorway. There was laughter, the clink of forks on plates, someone's bopply shrieking with delight. This was what a wedding sounded like when the people getting married had chosen each other honestly. This was the sound of a life built on truth instead of arrangement. She picked up another tray and walked back out. Across the barn, Atlee stood near the door. His coat was already buttoned. His hat was back on his head. He was leaving. Not later. Now. And he still hadn't looked at her. The applesauce went cold on her plate. The laughter faded to a distant hum. Rose passed behind her chair and squeezed Lucinda's shoulder without speaking. That squeeze said everything. Don't wait. Don't waste this. She was losing him. Not in the future. Not as a possibility she could defer, delay, and manage with careful silence. Now. Today. With every minute she sat at the table performing a life she hadn't chosen, Atlee was walking out of Faith's Creek, and taking with him the only honest future she ever wanted. And she'd not said a single true word. The prayer Henry had written came to her then, the words she'd read so many times they lived inside her now. I pray she will have the faith to believe that love freely given is worth more than love she must earn or defend. Love freely given. That was what Atlee had offered her, 3 years of it, steady and honest and requiring nothing in return except the courage to claim it. And she'd taken that love and hidden it under a sewing basket, and behind a smile, and inside a hope chest, as if love were something to be preserved rather than lived. She sat at the table with cold applesauce on her plate, and the noise of celebration pressing in from every side, and the truth settled over her with the weight of something final. She might already be too late. Chapter 13. The wedding was beautiful, and Atlee hated every minute of it. Not because of Rose and Marlon. Their joy was real and earned and deserved every hymn, and every prayer spoken over them. Atlee had watched the vows with the steady attention of a man who understood what those words meant. He felt the weight of them, the binding of them, the way they closed a door on every other possibility, and opened a door to the only one that really mattered. He wanted those words for himself. He wanted to stand at the front of a barn and say them to Lucinda, and he believed, once, that believing would be sufficient. That faith and patience and years of honest letters would carry them to this place. Instead, he stood at the back of the barn, alone, watching Lucinda sit in the second row beside Caleb King's mamm and her own, and the distance between the two of them was no longer measured in miles or districts or letters. It was measured in the silence she'd chosen, and the hope he couldn't afford to carry any further. Caleb moved beside her with the easy ownership of a man who had permission to take up space. While they took their places, his arm rested near hers on the bench. His body turned toward hers. He leaned in to speak. Lucinda tilted her head to listen, and the gesture was so small and so ordinary that the whole barn accepted it without question. Atlee watched. He didn't let his face change. He kept his hands still at his sides and his jaw steady and his breathing even, because falling apart in a barn full of strangers was not something a man did, no matter how justified the falling apart might be. The service was about to start, and Caleb took his place amongst the men. Atlee felt his heart stutter. He'd written her 47 letters. Not one of them said what he needed to say in person. The letters had said pieces of it, careful, measured pieces, the way a man builds a wall one stone at a time. But the whole truth, the raw and unpolished truth, had never fit inside an envelope. It needed air. It needed her face in front of him, and her eyes looking into his, and the space between them closed to nothing. And here he stood, 15 rows back, with the whole district filling the gap. At times, he felt her eyes on his, but whenever he looked, it was her mamm glaring at him, making it clear he wasn't welcome. After the vows, he moved toward the door. The meal was being laid out and families were rearranging themselves around long tables, and the noise of celebration rose to fill every corner of the space. Atlee stood near the doorway and considered leaving. His buggy was outside. The road home was long but clear. He could be gone before anyone noticed, and the only thing he would leave behind was a guest room at the Beeler house and the remnants of a hope that had outlived its usefulness. But he had made a promise to himself. Not to Lucinda. She didn't know about the promise, and maybe that was the problem. The promise was to speak. To say the words he had carried for all this time. To look at her and tell her what the letters had only approximated, and then to accept whatever answer she gave, even if the answer was the silence he'd been receiving since he got here. He couldn't leave without trying. Rose carried plates to the tables and Esther stayed in between them. He noticed her look and tried to send her a smile. Esther was there blocking his view. As the tables settled and the food was served, he moved through the crowd toward the table where Lucinda sat. Caleb was talking about something, horses, or fence posts, or some other aspect of a future he was building for two people without consulting one of them. Esther sat nearby, her eyes sweeping the barn with the watchful efficiency of a woman on patrol. Atlee got within 10 paces before Esther stood. Atlee. Her voice was polite and cold. The meal is for family and close friends. Perhaps you would be more comfortable outside. I only want a word with Lucinda. Lucinda is here with Caleb. Whatever you have to say can wait. Caleb turned in his seat. His expression was pleasant, but his eyes were as hard as stone. Is everything all right? Fine, Esther said, her hand light on Atlee's arm in the way a person touched something they intended to steer. Our guest was just looking for the door. Atlee held still. Every instinct he had was to be polite, to defer, to accept the rejection and walk away, pressed against the promise he'd made. He was a guest. He was from another district. He had nae standing here, nae family, nae land, nae history that the community would respect. Every advantage belonged to Caleb and Esther, and the whole weight of Faith's Creek was behind them. I understand, Atlee said quietly. This was not the right time, so he stepped back. He didn't look at Lucinda because looking at her with Esther and Caleb, and the entire district watching would cost her more than he was willing to ask. But he could feel her there, the way a person feels the sun on the back of their neck even when they are facing the other direction. She was close enough to touch, and the distance between them had never been wider. He walked toward the yard, his stride measured, his back straight. Every step was a decision to keep moving instead of turning around. Every step was a choice he made with his body because his heart was arguing for something different. The afternoon air pressed warm against his face, and the sounds of the celebration followed him out like something he was leaving behind. Rose was in the yard. Esther turned and walked back inside. Rose stood near the garden fence with a glass of lemonade in her hand, and a look on her face that said she'd seen what had just happened inside the barn, and was not surprised by any of it. "You tried to talk to her," Rose said. "Her mamm stopped me." Caleb was right there. Rose nodded. She was quiet for a moment, turning the glass in her hands. "I know what it is to love someone and not be able to reach them," Rose said. "I know what it costs to stay silent. And I know what it costs to speak." She looked at him directly. "Lucinda loves you. She has loved you for 3 years, and the only reason she's not said it in front of her mamm is because she is terrified of what it will cost. Not because she doesn't mean it, and not because she doesn't want to." The words hit Atlee in the center of his chest. "I need to talk to her," he said. "Before the day ends. Before I leave." Rose studied him. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman who had walked through her own fire and come out the other side with the conviction that truth was worth more than comfort. "I will pass a message," she said. "I will tell her you are asking for a word. Briefly. Privately. Before the day ends." She paused. "But Atlee, if she comes, you must tell her everything. Nay, more letters. Nay, more careful words. Tell her plainly, the way you would tell it to God." "I will." "And if she doesn't come?" The question sat between them like a gate neither of them wanted to close. Atlee looked at the barn, where the celebration continued without him, where Lucinda sat beside a man who had been placed there by her mamm, where every arrangement and expectation and carefully managed appearance pressed down on the woman he loved until she could not breathe. "If she does not come, I will leave in the morning. And I will not write again." The words came out steady, but they left a hollow place inside his chest that the summer air could not fill. 3 years of letters. 3 years of writing his heart onto paper and sealing it into envelopes and trusting the mail to carry it safely to a woman who carried it safely in secret. All of it ending under a walnut tree at someone else's wedding, waiting for a woman who might not come. Rose's expression tightened. Then she nodded. "Wait by the walnut tree at the edge of the property," she said. "I'll find her after the meal. I know she wants to see you, but she may not be able to get away. I understand, but I can't wait forever." Rose went back inside. Atlee walked to the walnut tree and sat beneath it, his back against the trunk, his hands on his knees. The bark was rough through his shirt. The shade was cool. From there he could see the barn and the yard and the long lane where the buggies were parked, and the whole scene looked like a painting of a life he'd almost been part of. He waited. The meal stretched on. Laughter rose and fell. Kinner ran in the yard, chasing each other around the buggies. An hour passed. Then another. Nay, one came. The sun moved across the sky. The shadows shifted. The walnut tree's leaves rustled above him in a breeze that carried the sound of the celebration, and the absence of the one person he had come to see. He sat and waited and prayed, and the prayer was the simplest one he had ever spoken. "God, let her come." The afternoon aged. The celebration thinned. And still Atlee sat beneath the walnut tree, watching the barn door, uncertain whether the woman he loved would walk through it before the light ran out. Chapter 14. Rose found her in the kitchen, carrying a stack of plates toward the wash basin. "Put those down," Rose said. "I'm helping with the cleanup." "Put them down, Lucinda." Lucinda set the plates on the counter. Rose stood in the doorway, still wearing the glow of a woman who'd been married 3 hours ago, but her eyes were serious, and her voice was the voice she'd carried since her own silence nearly cost her everything. Atlee asked me to pass you a message. He wants a word with you. Privately. Before the day ends. Rose stepped closer, her voice dropping. He's waiting by the walnut tree, at the edge of the property. Lucinda's hands went still against the counter. I know what silence costs, Rose said. I lived inside it for years. I let other people arrange my life because I was too afraid to say what I wanted, and it nearly destroyed the one thing that mattered. She took Lucinda's hand. Don't make the mistake I almost made. Listen to your heart. Not your mamm's. Not the district's. Yours. Rose, I can't just go to him, she'll stop me. You can. You have always been able to. The only thing stopping you is the same thing that stopped me, fear of what people will say. And I'm here to tell you that what people say lasts a season. What you lose by staying silent lasts the rest of your life. The kitchen was empty except for the two of them. The sounds of the celebration came through the doorway. There was laughter, conversation, and the clatter of silverware. Beyond it all, somewhere outside, Atlee was waiting under a tree for a woman who had spent 3 years writing him the truth, and not once speaking it. If I don't come, he will leave in the morning, Lucinda said. It was not a question. She knew Atlee. She knew the quiet certainty of a man who'd reached his limit, and would not pretend otherwise. Atlee didn't make threats. He didn't bargain. He stated what was true, and then he acted on it, and the gap between his words and his actions was so narrow you couldn't slip a sheet of paper through it. That was why she loved him. And that was why losing him would be absolute. Then go, Rose said. Lucinda pressed her palms against her eyes. The tears were close. They had been close all day, during the vows, during the hymns, during the long meal where she sat beside Caleb and smiled at his stories and felt the life she wanted slipping away like sand through fingers she couldn't close fast enough. She loved Atlee. She'd loved him since the first letter, since the first honest conversation, since the moment she understood that this man would never ask her to perform or pretend or hide the parts of herself that did not fit the shape her mamm had chosen. He knew her. All of her. The doubt and the fear and the longing and the prayers she whispered into her pillow at night. And he loved her anyway, without conditions, without arrangements, without honey jars and polished boots. But maybe love was not enough. Maybe love was a childish dream, the kind of thing a woman outgrew when she stopped being young enough to believe that wanting something was the same as deserving it. Maybe her mamm was right. Maybe safety mattered more than truth. Maybe the correct path was the one that looked sensible to the people watching, even if it led somewhere the heart could not follow. She didn't believe that. She'd never believed that. But the fear made the argument convincing, the way fear always did, by dressing itself in the voice of wisdom and calling everything else foolishness. I need to think, Lucinda said. You have been thinking for 3 years. What you need to do is decide. Rose squeezed her hand and went back to the celebration. Lucinda stood in the kitchen with her hands on the counter, and her chest so tight she could barely breathe. She was about to go to the walnut tree, when her mamm popped her head in the kitchen. I wondered where you were. Come on. Lucinda bit back her tears, and went back to the table. She sat beside Caleb. She picked up her fork and moved food around her plate, answered questions about the creamed celery recipe, the quilt she'd been working on, and whether she would be at the singing next week. She performed. The performance was flawless, the way it always was. Caleb leaned toward her. You've been quiet today. Weddings make me reflective. Reflective. He studied her face. His expression was patient, but beneath the patience ran something harder, the look of a man who was used to getting straight answers and was not receiving one. You keep looking toward the door, Lucinda. Is there something out there more interesting than what's in here? Nay, Caleb. I'm fine. Are you embarrassed to be here with me? The question was direct, and it carried an edge that was there before. Caleb's voice was low enough that the people around them couldn't hear, but his eyes were steady and demanding. I'm not embarrassed by you, Lucinda said. You're a gut man. But I didn't choose to be here with you today. My mamm arranged this. I didn't agree to be courted. Caleb's face went rigid. The pleasantness dropped away like a mask removed, and what was underneath was not cruelty but something close to it, the anger of a man whose pride had been struck. You didn't choose this. His voice was low and tight. Nay. I did not. He reached for her arm. His hand closed around her wrist, not gently, not the way a man touched a woman he respected, but with the firm grip of someone who was holding on to something he believed was his. Lucinda pulled away. The movement was sharp and immediate, and it drew the eyes of the two women sitting across the table. They looked away quickly, the way people did when they saw something they would discuss later in private. Don't touch me like that, Lucinda said. Her voice was quiet but certain, and it was the first honest thing she'd said to Caleb since the day he brought honey to her kitchen table. Caleb's jaw worked. He released her wrist and sat back, his hands flat on the table, his expression controlled. I see, he said. Caleb. I see. He stood. He picked up his hat from the bench beside him, and put it on with the slow, deliberate movements of a man who was deciding what to do with his anger. Your mamm told me you were ready. She told me you were willing. I believed her. I know. And I am sorry. Sorry. He shook his head. You've been smiling at me for days, Lucinda. Coming to service in my buggy. Sitting at my table. And now you tell me you didn't choose any of it. He paused. That is worse than saying nay. That is letting a man build on ground that was never solid. He left the table without looking back. Lucinda watched him go, and the guilt sat in her stomach like something she'd swallowed hot and whole. He wasn't wrong. She'd let him believe what was convenient. She'd smiled and nodded and ridden in his buggy because it was easier than saying nay, and the cost of that ease had landed on a man who didn't deserve to be lied to. Caleb was not the right man for her. But he was not a bad man, and she'd treated his sincerity as something disposable. She stood from the table and walked toward the barn door, her heart hammering. The walnut tree. Atlee was waiting at the walnut tree. She would go now. She would cross the yard and stand in front of him, and say every word she'd been carrying. But the yard was empty. The walnut tree stood at the far edge of the property, its branches spread wide against the late afternoon sky. Nay one sat beneath it. Nay one stood beside it. The shade was empty and still, and the only movement was the leaves turning in the breeze. Atlee was gone. Lucinda's legs stopped. Her hands hung at her sides. The barn was behind her, full of celebration and laughter and the life she'd been performing for 24 years, and ahead of her was an empty tree, and a silence that stretched in every direction. She'd waited too long. She'd hesitated and performed and let fear make her choices, and now the man who had waited 3 years for her to be brave had stopped waiting. She pressed her hand against her chest, where the prayer lived, where Atlee's letters lived, where every true thing she'd ever carried was stored in secret. The hope chest at home sat at the foot of her bed with Henry's words folded inside it, words about courage and standing in the open. She'd read them a dozen times and memorized every line, and done nothing with any of it. Had she lost him? The tree gave no answer. The afternoon gave no answer. The breeze moved through the yard, stirring the hem of her dress, and the loose strands of hair beneath her cap, and the silence that surrounded her was the loudest sound she'd ever heard. Lucinda stood in the yard at her best friend's wedding and tasted the cost of her silence for the first time. Her knees wobbled and she almost fell to the dirt. Chapter 15. Atlee pulled the letter from beneath his journal and read it one last time before folding it into an envelope. Lucinda, I came to Faith's Creek because I believed our love deserved more than paper. I still believe that. But I cannot hold open a door you will not walk through, and I will not stand in your way while you decide whether what we built was real or only something that lived in letters. I want you to be happy. If that happiness is with Caleb, or with someone your mamm approves, or with no one at all, I will accept it. I will pray for you every day of my life, and I will not regret a single letter I wrote to you. They were the most honest things I have ever done. But I am letting you go. Not because I want to. Because staying where I'm not chosen is not faith. It is stubbornness, and I owe you better than that. If there comes a day when you are ready to choose in the open, I will be where I have always been. Waiting. But I will not ask you again. Yours, as I have always been, Atlee. He sealed the envelope and wrote her name on the front. The handwriting was steady. His hands were not. The guest room at the Beeler house was dim in the evening light. His belongings were stacked near the door. His bag was ready, his hat on top of it. His coat was folded over the back of the chair. The room was as tidy as the day he'd arrived, because Atlee didn't leave messes behind him. That was the one thing he could control when everything else was breaking. She'd not come, but then again, he'd not stepped to her. He should have found a way. Was it his stupid pride, seeing her with Caleb? Part of him felt he was doing what she needed. She was with Caleb, and it wasn't fair for him to step forward, but, oh, his head spun with the thoughts and the feelings that he didn't know how to untangle. Taking a breath, he put it into perspective. He'd waited beneath the walnut tree for 2 hours. The celebration had thinned around him. Families had loaded their buggies and pulled away one by one, and the sounds of laughter had started to fade. Not everyone was gone, but some had been, and the tree had cast its shadow over an empty patch of grass where he sat with his back against the bark, and his heart held together by the thin, fraying thread of hope he carried all the way from his own district. She hadn't come. And her absence said everything her letters had not. He set the envelope on the nightstand. He would leave it with Amos, who would see that it reached her. Then he would hitch his horse and drive home before dawn, back to the fence posts, and the shingles and the corn that needed tending, back to the quiet of a house that was too big for one man, and too empty for the life he imagined. A knock at the door. Amos stood in the hallway, 2 cups of coffee in his hands, and the expression of a man who'd been waiting for this conversation, and was not going to let it pass. "Sit with me," Amos said. They walked down and sat on the porch. The evening was warm and still, the last of the daylight lingering on the horizon like something reluctant to leave. The garden was dark. The road was empty. The district had settled into the quiet that followed a celebration, the satisfied hush of a community that had watched one of its own marry well and could rest easily. "You're packing," Amos said. "Ja. And the letter on the nightstand. For Lucinda." Amos sipped his coffee. His rocking chair creaked in its familiar rhythm. "What does it say?" "That I'm letting her go." The words settled into the evening air. Amos didn't react. He rocked and sipped and looked out at the garden with the patience of a man who'd heard 1,000 confessions, and understood that the most important words always came after the first ones. "What do you want, Atlee?" he asked. "I want Lucinda." "What does God want?" Atlee stared into his coffee. The question was the same one Amos always asked, and it always landed in the same place, the gap between what Atlee wanted and what he believed he deserved. The space where his family's history, and the district's judgment, and his own doubt lived in a tangle he'd never fully unraveled. "I believe God wants joy for me," Atlee said. I believe he did not give me this love so I could carry it alone for the rest of my life. But I also believe he does not force doors open. And if Lucinda's door is closed, I cannot stand outside it forever. Why not? The question surprised him. He looked at Amos. Why can you not stay? Amos said. His eyes were kind but serious, the way they always were when he was pressing towards something the other person had not yet seen. Your farm needs you, Ja. But farms wait. Corn grows whether you watch it or not. Why must you leave tomorrow? Because she didn't come. I asked Rose to pass a message, and Lucinda didn't come. I sat under that tree for 2 hours, Amos. 2 hours. And the yard emptied around me, and the buggies left, and the shadows moved, and she didn't come. That is an answer. That is the clearest answer I've ever received. Is it? Or is it a woman who was afraid and didn't know how to be brave in front of the people who were watching? A woman whose mamm was 3 seats away, and whose escort was at her elbow, and whose every movement was being tracked by a district that has been arranging her life since before you arrived. Amos set his cup down. Have you asked her what she wants? I asked Rose to do just that. Nay. Not Rose. Not a letter. Not a message passed through a friend at a wedding. That is the coward's way out. Amos leaned forward. Have you stood in front of Lucinda Yoder and asked her plainly, with your own voice, what she wants? The question cut through every argument Atlee had built for leaving. He'd not. He'd written letters. He'd nodded across a market. He'd read scripture in a barn full of strangers. He'd sent a message through Rose and waited under a tree. But he'd never stood in front of Lucinda and asked her the question that mattered most. Because he was afraid of the answer. The realization settled over him like cold water. He was afraid. Not of the district, not of Esther, not of Caleb Keem's clenched jaw and polished boots. He was afraid that Lucinda would look at him and choose the other man. That she would stand in the open with every opportunity to speak, and decide that what they'd built on paper was not strong enough to carry in the world. You've been making decisions about her, Amos said gently. Deciding she has chosen. Deciding she is content. Deciding her silence means what you fear it means. But you've not asked her. He paused. That's the question you need to sit with, Atlee. Not whether to stay or leave. Whether you have the courage to ask the woman you love what she actually wants. Atlee sat in the silence for a long time. The stars appeared above the tree line, one by one, like answers arriving slowly. The garden was dark. The road was empty. The coffee went cold in his hands. She didn't come to the tree, he said at last. Nay. She did not. Amos picked up his cup and stood. But the question is not whether she came to you. The question is whether you have gone to her. He walked toward the door, then paused. Pray on it, Atlee. But do not pack that bag tonight. Give got one more morning to work. The two of you are dancing around each other like a pair of hares in the springtime. Amos went inside. The screen door closed with a soft sound. Atlee sat on the porch and prayed. The prayer was not clean or composed. It was the ragged, honest kind, the kind that came from a man who had been carrying something for years, and was too tired to carry it with grace. God, I do not know what she wants. I have been so busy deciding for her that I never asked. Show me whether to stay or go. And if I stay, give me the courage to ask the question I have been avoiding since I arrived. He prayed until the stars were thick above the garden, and the night pressed close around the porch. Then he went inside. He didn't unpack his bag. But he didn't load the buggy either. He set the letter on the nightstand and stared at it for a long time. Then he turned down the lamp and lay in the dark, resolved and heartsick, listening to the silence of a house that was not his own, and a life that was not yet decided. Before dawn, he would know. One way or another, before the sun came up, he would know whether to stay or leave Faith's Creek forever. He closed his eyes and waited for morning. The letter on the nightstand waited with him, sealed, addressed, carrying words of release he was not yet certain he was ready to send. Outside, the night deepened. The stars turned. And somewhere across the district, in a house he had never been invited into, a woman he loved was carrying a silence he'd never asked her to break. Tomorrow he would ask. Chapter 16. Lucinda searched the wedding grounds with the urgency of a woman who'd just woken from a sleep she didn't remember falling into. The celebration was winding down. The tables were being cleared. The final families were climbing into their buggies in the fading afternoon light, kin drowsy on their mamm's laps, men talking in quiet clusters by the fence. The barn that had held the ceremony was half empty, the benches pushed back against the walls, the garlands of greenery sagging in the heat. Atlee was nowhere to be found. She walked the length of the yard. She checked the walnut tree again. There was nay one there. The grass beneath it had been flattened where someone had sat for a long time. She looked toward the lane where the buggies were parked, scanning for the unfamiliar horse and buggy Atlee had arrived in. She didn't see it. Her chest was so tight she couldn't draw a full breath. Her hands shook at her sides. The composed, careful Lucinda who spent the day smiling and performing and sitting where she was told was gone, replaced by a woman who was searching for something she might have already lost. Lucinda. Esther's voice cut across the yard. Come here. Lucinda kept walking. Lucinda. Sharper now. The voice that demanded obedience without raising itself. Stop. Come here. Now. She turned. Esther stood at the edge of the barn, her arms crossed, her expression carrying the controlled fury of a woman whose evening had not gone according to plan. Where is Caleb? Esther asked. He left. He left. Why did he leave? Because I told him I didn't choose to be here with him. Because I told him the truth, ma'am, which is more than anyone in this family has done in months. Esther's face went still. The anger didn't disappear. It receded beneath the surface, the way a current ran beneath ice, invisible and dangerous. You will not cause a scene at Rose's wedding, Esther said. Her voice was low and precise, the voice she used when the walls of her control were being tested, and she was reinforcing them from the inside. You will stay close to me. You will say nothing that invites talk. And when we leave, we will discuss this at home, like civilized people. Not in a yard full of neighbors. She looked around. The yard was almost empty. Those who were there were busy with the cleanup, or making their own way home. I'm not causing a scene. I apologized to Caleb because he deserved honesty, which is more than I gave him by pretending. He deserved that much. Lucinda's voice was steady, steadier than she expected. The steadiness surprised her. It came from somewhere deeper than the performance, somewhere the prayer had reached. And I need to find Atlee. You will do no such thing. Ma'am. I will. I will not say it again. That man is leaving the district, and you will let him go. Whatever you imagine exists between you and a stranger from 3 districts away is a fantasy built on paper, and I will not watch my doctor throw away her future for someone not a stranger. He's not a stranger. The words came out firmly and clearly, and the yard around them went quiet. 2 women near the barn door turned to look. A man loading a buggy paused with a crate in his hands. He's the man I love. I have loved him for 3 years. And the only reason you don't know that is because I was too afraid to tell you. The silence that followed was absolute. Esther's face drained of all color. Her hands tightened at her sides. Mamm and Doctor stood in the wedding yard and looked at each other, and the distance between them was not the distance of a few paces, but the distance of every lie Lucinda had told and every truth she'd hidden and every careful, obedient silence she'd offered in place of honesty. "We will discuss this at home," Esther said at last. Her voice was ice. "Nay." Lucinda's throat ached, but the word held. "We will discuss it now, or not at all. Because Atlee is leaving, ma'am. He is leaving because I was too afraid to choose him in front of you. And I'm done being afraid." Esther stared at her. Then she turned and walked toward the buggy without speaking. Her back was rigid. Her steps were sharp. She didn't look back. Lucinda stood in the yard and let her go. Then she searched. She asked Sarah Beeler, who'd not seen Atlee since the meal. She asked Henry Wagler, who was loading his own buggy near the fence. Henry looked at her with those quiet, knowing eyes and said he was here. He waited a long time. Then he went back to the Beeler house. "Is he leaving?" "I believe so. In the morning." Lucinda pressed her hands together. "Denki, Henry." The sun was setting, the night was drawing in, and Atlee had waited 2 hours. 2 hours beneath that tree, alone, while she sat inside the barn performing contentment for a table full of people who would forget her by morning. He'd waited the way he always waited, patiently, steadily, with the faith of a man who believed the woman he loved would eventually be brave enough to match him. But she did not come. The guilt pressed down on her chest like a hand. She walked home alone. The walk was long and quiet, the road unwinding ahead of her in the deepening dusk, her feet moving automatically. She was not thinking. She was falling. The fields stretched on both sides, dark and still in the evening air, and the sky above was the color of a bruise, purple and gray, and impossible to look at without flinching. At home, the house was dark. Esther had gone to bed or was sitting in the dark kitchen with her anger and her disappointment, and either way, the door was closed between them. Lucinda climbed the stairs to her room. She sat on the edge of her bed. The hope chest sat at her feet, and she opened the lid, and pulled out the prayer, and read it by the last light from the window. "I pray God gives her the courage to stand where she is seen, even when it costs her comfort." She'd finally stood. For the first time in her life, she'd stood in the open and spoken the truth to her mamm's face. The cost had been immediate. Esther's cold fury, the watching eyes of the district, the certainty that tomorrow's gossip would carry her words to every kitchen table in Faith's Creek. But the standing had come too late. I pray she will not be made to choose between him and the approval she has spent her whole life seeking. She'd been made to choose. And she'd chosen, not today, not in the yard, but 3 years ago, when she read Atlee's first letter and wrote back with the truth she could not tell anyone else. She'd chosen then. Every letter since had been a choice. Every hidden page, every careful reply, every night spent praying for a man the district would never approve of, all of it had been choosing. The mistake was not made in the choosing. The mistake was in hiding the choice for so long that it became indecision. If that choice must come, I pray she will have the faith to believe that love freely given is worth more than love she must earn or defend. Atlee's love had been free. He'd given it without conditions, without arrangements, without demanding she prove herself worthy of it. And she'd repaid that freedom with silence. She folded the prayer and pressed it against her chest. The room was dark. The house was silent. And somewhere across the district, Atlee was packing his bag and preparing to leave her behind. Remind her that God did not make her heart tender so she could hide it. She was done hiding. The waiting she called patience was not patience at all. It was cowardice dressed in a Sunday dress, sitting where it was told, smiling when it was expected, and calling the whole performance faithfulness. She'd not been waiting for God's timing. She'd been waiting for the moment when choosing would be painless, and that moment would never come. It didn't exist. The words she'd spoken to Esther in the yard were the first true words she'd given anyone in 3 years, and they cost her everything she'd been protecting. Gone were her mamm's approval, the district's gut opinion, the careful, constructed life she had built around the shape of other people's expectations. But the cost of speaking was less than the cost of staying silent. Rose had taught her that. Atlee had taught her that. And Henry's prayer had been reminding her ever since the day the hope chest arrived. She set the prayer back in the chest and closed the lid. Tomorrow morning, Atlee would leave. And Lucinda would either find the courage to go to him, or she would spend the rest of her life wondering what would have happened if she had. She lay back on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and did not sleep. Chapter 17. Atlee woke before sunrise with the decision already made. He lay in the narrow bed at the Beelers and stared at the ceiling, where the first pale light was beginning to trace the outline of the window frame. The bag by the door was packed. The letter on the nightstand was sealed. The horse was in the barn, rested and fed, and the road home stretched out in his mind like a sentence he'd been composing for days. He would leave quietly. He wouldn't say goodbye to Lucinda, because goodbye would require standing in front of her and saying the words would crack him open in a way he didn't trust himself to survive. He would leave the letter with Amos, and Amos would see it delivered. Lucinda would read it and understand that he'd not left in anger. He'd left because staying where he was not chosen was not faith. It was self-destruction dressed in patience. He dressed in the dark. His hands moved through the routine without thinking. He pulled on his shirt, suspenders, boots, and hat. He splashed water on his face from the basin, and dried it with the towel Sarah Beeler had left folded on the chair. The towel was soft and clean, like everything in this house, and the kindness of it pressed against something raw inside his chest. He carried his bag to the kitchen. The house was silent. Amos and Sarah were still asleep, or awake and giving him the privacy of a quiet departure. He set the letter on the kitchen table, propped against the sugar bowl where Amos would find it. Then he walked to the barn. The horse was calm. Atlee harnessed it with the steady efficiency of a man who had done this 1,000 times, checking the straps and buckles by feel in the dim light. The buggy sat in the barn aisle, its wheels still dusty from the wetting. He loaded his bag and stood for a moment with his hand on the buggy rail, breathing. This was it. This was the end of 3 years of letters and 1 agonizing week of presents, and the whole impossible dream of standing beside Lucinda Yoder in the open air and calling her his own. He would survive it. He'd survived his parents leaving. He'd survived the whispers and the judgment and the long nights in an empty house. He would survive this, too, the way men survive things, by working, by praying, and by putting one foot in front of the other until the pain became manageable and the manageable became routine. He led the horse out of the barn. The sky was lightening in the east, the horizon a thin band of gold beneath the gray. The air was cool and still, carrying the weight of early morning before the day had decided what it would become. A shout broke the silence. It came from the direction of the road, sharp and panicked, the kind of sound a person made when something had gone very wrong very fast. Atlee dropped the lead rope and turned. A man was running up the lane toward them. Young, hatless, his suspenders flapping against his shirt, his face twisted with urgency. "Fire!" he shouted. "The Miller barn, it's on fire. It's spreading." The word hit Atlee in the chest. Fire. In a district built of wood and hay and dry timber, fire was the worst word there was. It moved faster than horses. It consumed without discrimination. And barns were full of things that burned. He didn't think. He didn't calculate distance, or assess risk, or weigh his departure against the emergency. He dropped the buggy rail and ran. The Miller farm was 2 properties east of the Beeler place, at the edge of the district where the fields gave way to a stand of old pines. Atlee ran along the lane, his boots pounding the packed dirt, the haze of smoke reaching him before he could see the flames. When he crested the hill, the barn was burning. The fire had taken the south wall already. Flames climbed the boards in bright orange sheets, licking upward toward the roof where the old shingles caught and crackled. Smoke poured from the hayloft in thick, rolling columns that turned the morning sky a dirty gray. The heat pressed against his face from 100 yards away, fierce and growing. People were already there. Men with buckets formed a line from the water pump. Women herded Kinner away from the property line. Samuel Miller stood in the yard with his fra, his face gray, his hands gripping his hat, watching his barn burn with the stunned paralysis of a man who couldn't process what he was seeing. "Is everyone out?" Atlee shouted. Samuel's fra turned. Her face was white. "The animals are out." Samuel got the horses. But her voice broke. "Hannah. The Glick girl. She was in the hayloft. She comes every morning to feed the kittens. She's trapped in there. We tried." A Kinner was still inside. The information landed in Atlee's chest like a fist. He looked at the barn. The south wall was gone. The east wall was catching. The roof groaned above it, the old beams sagging under their own burning weight. Smoke poured from the hayloft door, and through the smoke, he could see the orange pulse of flames eating their way toward the center of the structure. A Kinner was inside that. Men were shouting. Someone was calling for more water. Someone else was saying it was too late, the structure was compromised, nay one should go in. The bucket line worked with desperate rhythm, sloshing water against the flames that laughed at the effort. Atlee pulled off his hat. He pulled off his vest. He soaked his shirt from the nearest bucket, and pressed the wet fabric against his mouth. "Don't." Samuel grabbed his arm. "The roof, it could come down any second." "There is a Kinner in there," Atlee said. He pulled free and ran toward the barn door. The heat hit him like a wall. It pressed against his wet shirt and dried it in seconds, and the smoke closed around him like a fist, thick and blinding. He dropped low and moved by feel, one hand on the ground, the other stretched ahead of him, navigating by the shape of the floor and the sound of the fire. The hayloft ladder was on the east side. He found it by memory. Barns were barns, and he'd been in enough of them to know where things lived. The rungs were hot under his hands. He climbed. The loft was an inferno. Hay bales burned in every direction, the flames feeding on dry material that had been waiting all summer for a spark. The heat was beyond anything he'd experienced. Not warm, not hot, but alive, pressing against his skin and his lungs and his eyes with the aggressive insistence of something that wanted to consume him. "Hannah," he shouted. His voice was swallowed by the roar. "Hannah." A sound. Small. Barely audible beneath the crackle and hiss of burning wood. A cough. A whimper. Coming from the far corner, behind a stack of bales that had not yet caught. He crawled. The floor was hot enough to blister through his trousers. His arm brushed a burning beam, and pain seared up to his shoulder, sharp and blinding. He kept moving because stopping was not something he was capable of while a Kinner was crying in the dark. He found her. Curled behind the bales, her face pressed against a kitten she was holding to her chest, her eyes wide with terror. She was 8 years old. Small enough to carry. "I have you," he said. "Hold on to me. Don't let go." She wrapped her arms around his neck. The kitten stayed pressed between them. Atlee stood, and the effort of standing with a Kinner in his arms, and a burned arm screaming at him nearly drove him to his knees. The roof groaned. A beam cracked somewhere above them, a sound like a gunshot, sharp and final. He ran. The floor gave way behind him as he reached the ladder. He didn't climb. He slid, one arm around Hannah, the other gripping the rail, his burned skin shrieking with every contact. The main floor was smoke and orange light, and the roar of a structure dying. The roof collapsed. Chapter 18. The sound was enormous, a crash that shook the ground and sent a fountain of sparks and burning debris into the sky. For a moment, heat seared against his back, and the entrance seemed to close in front of him. He couldn't see, didn't know which way to turn. His lungs screamed, and Hannah coughed against his chest. He froze. Was this it? A beam landed behind him, and he ran forward. It was his only chance. He found the door by the daylight leaking through the smoke. He stumbled toward it, Hannah's weight pulling him sideways, the heat pressing from every direction. Atlee burst through the doorway and into the morning air with Hannah in his arms, and the barn falling to pieces at his back. The structure buckled behind him, folding in on itself with the slow, terrible grace of something surrendering to gravity. The daylight was blinding. The air was cool. Voices surrounded him. Hands reaching, pulling Hannah from his grip, guiding him away from the heat. Someone was shrieking, Hannah's mamm, his brain said. His legs buckled. His burned arm hung at his side, and the pain was everywhere now, not just the arm but the lungs and the eyes and the bones that had carried him through fire and refused to carry him one step further. He went down on his knees in the grass. The sky was above him, wide and pale and utterly indifferent. The last thing he saw before his vision grayed was the faces of strangers looking down at him with expressions he couldn't read. Then the morning went dark. Lucinda was on her knees in her room when she heard the shouting. She'd been praying since before dawn, kneeling beside the hope chest with her hands clasped and her forehead pressed against the walnut lid. The words were not the practiced prayers she learned as a girl, the rote phrases spoken at mealtimes, bedtimes, and Sunday services. This was not smooth, automatic, and emptied of everything except habit. These words were raw. These words were honest. These were the first prayers she'd spoken aloud without restraint or apology for a long time. God, I've been a coward. I've hidden behind obedience because obedience was easier than courage. I've let Mamm's expectations become my cage, and I've called the cage faithfulness. It is not. It is fear. And I'm done. The house was quiet around her. Esther was somewhere downstairs, silent since last night. The cold anger of the wedding yard still filled every room like an invisible pressure. They'd not spoken since coming home. The house held the weight of words that had been said and words that had not, and the silence between Mamm and Doctor was louder than any argument. I love Atlee. I've loved him since the first letter, since we met, if I'm honest. And I'm going to tell him today. I'm going to walk to the Ballers and stand in front of him, and say it with my own voice. I do not care what Mamm thinks or what the district says or what it costs me. I'm done hiding. She pressed her forehead against the chest. The wood was cool. The prayer inside it was real. And for the first time in 3 years, the woman kneeling in this room, and the woman who'd written those letters were the same person. Then the shouting reached her. It came from the road, distant, urgent, the kind of sound that cut through morning quiet like a blade through cloth. Lucinda stood and went to the window. A buggy was racing down the lane, the horse at a gallop, and the man driving it was waving his arm and shouting something she couldn't make out. Then the word reached her. Fire. She was out the door before the thought finished forming. She didn't grab her shawl or check that her cap was straight. She ran down the stairs and past the kitchen, where Esther stood at the window with wide eyes and a hand pressed against her mouth. The Miller barn, Esther said. Someone said it's on fire. Lucinda didn't stop. She ran through the yard and into the road, her bare feet hitting the packed dirt, her dress catching on the fence post as she climbed over it and kept running. The smoke was visible now, a dark column rising from the east, thick and ugly against the pale morning sky. She ran toward it. Not because she knew Atlee was there. Not because anyone had told her. She ran because something inside her was pulling, the same way a compass needle pulls toward north. This was not a decision, not a plan, but a certainty that lived beneath thinking and moved faster than reason. When there was fire, everyone came, everyone helped. She prayed as she ran. Aloud. Without restraint. Without worrying who could hear, or what they would think, or whether a woman running barefoot down a country road shouting prayers was something the district would approve of. Suddenly, she knew Atlee was there, and that he was in terrible danger. God, keep him safe. God, let him be all right. God, I will do anything. I will stand in front of the whole district and say his name, and claim him, and lose everything mamm has ever given me if you will just keep him safe. The words came between breaths, ragged and honest and stripped of every performance she'd ever worn. This was Lucinda without the mask. This was the woman Atlee's letters had known. This was the woman the prayer had been written for. The Miller farm appeared through the smoke. The barn shrieked and collapsed into a mountain of burning timber and blackened beams, the flames still eating what was left. People crowded the yard. Smoke billowed out and the bucket line stopped. Women held kinner against their skirts. Men stood in clusters, their faces gray, their clothes smudged with soot. Lucinda pushed through the crowd. Her eyes searched the yard with the frantic precision of a woman looking for the one thing that mattered in a world that was burning. Then she saw him. Atlee stumbled out of the smoke. He came through the place where the barn door had been, and he was carrying a kinner, a small girl, her face pressed against his chest, her arms locked around his neck. The girl was Hannah Glick, 8 years old, the kitten she'd been trying to save still clutched between them. Atlee's left arm hung at his side. The skin was red and blistered, and the sleeve of his shirt burned away to the elbow. His face was gray with pain and soot, and his steps were uneven, the steps of a man who was running on nothing but will and the refusal to let a kinner die in his arms. He made it 10 paces past the barn before his legs gave out. Jenna Glick shrieked, hands reached for him. Her husband, Johan, took Hannah from his arms and the couple pulled her to them, checking her for burns. Women rushed forward with water and cloth. Atlee went down on his knees in the grass, his burned arm pressed against his body, his breathing shallow and fast. Lucinda reached him. She dropped to the ground beside him. Her hands found his face, soot-streaked, hot, the skin flushed with heat and pain. His eyes were open but unfocused, drifting, the way a man's eyes drifted when the body was reaching its limit. Atlee. Her voice broke on his name. Atlee, look at me. His eyes found hers. For a moment, despite the pain and the smoke and the chaos surrounding them, his gaze cleared. He saw her. He knew her. Lucinda, he said. His voice was a whisper, rough and damaged. I'm here. I'm here. Behind her, Esther stood at the edge of the crowd. Lucinda did not see her mamm at first. She was kneeling in the grass with Atlee's face between her hands, and the world had narrowed to the sound of his breathing, and the heat coming off his skin, and the absolute, unbearable terror that he might not survive what he'd just done. But Esther was there. She followed Lucinda from the house on foot, without her shawl. She stood at the edge of the yard with her hand against her chest, and watched her doctor kneel beside a man she'd spent weeks trying to send away. Esther saw it. She saw Lucinda's hands on Atlee's face. She saw the terror in her doctor's eyes. Not the polite, managed concern of a woman performing the appropriate emotion, but the raw, unguarded desperation of a woman watching the person she loved most in the world struggle to breathe. She saw the truth. For the first time, plainly and completely, she saw the truth of what lived between Lucinda and Atlee, and it was nothing like what she'd imagined. It was not foolishness or rebellion, or the kinnerish infatuation of a girl who didn't know her own mind. It was love. Real love. The kind that sent a woman running barefoot through a district without a moment's thought, praying aloud, abandoning every rule she'd ever followed. Esther's face changed. The rigid certainty softened. The anger that had carried her since last night's confrontation gave way to something quieter and more complex, the expression of a woman watching her own assumptions crumble. Atlee's eyes closed. His body sagged, and the men around him moved in, lifting him carefully, supporting his weight. Someone was calling for the doctor. Someone else was bringing water and a clean cloth for the burns. Lucinda stayed on her knees in the grass. Her hands were empty now. Atlee was being carried toward the Ballers, and the sound of his breathing was fading behind her. The smoke from the barn drifted across the yard in slow, heavy clouds. She bowed her head. The grass was warm beneath her knees. The morning was loud with voices and activity and the crackle of dying flames. She prayed. Not the practiced kind. Not the kind she'd spoken in Sunday services or at the kitchen table or in the careful, measured voice of a woman who wanted God to hear her obedience. She prayed the way a person prayed when everything else had been stripped away, and the only thing left was the truth. God, let him live. Let him live so I can tell him I love him. Let him live so I can stand in front of my mamm and the bishop and the whole district and say his name without hiding. Let him live, and I will never be silent again. She stayed on her knees until someone came and helped her up and led her toward the road. The barn smoldered behind her. The morning moved forward. Lucinda walked toward the Beeler house, barefoot and prayerful and more honest than she'd ever been in her life. Chapter 19. The pain woke him before the light did. Atlee's left arm throbbed with a deep, steady ache that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The skin from his wrist to his shoulder was wrapped in damp cloth that pressed against the burns and did nothing to diminish the fire beneath. He lay on his back in the guest room at the Ballers, staring at the ceiling he'd memorized during his first nights here. The memory of the barn came back in pieces. There was smoke, heat, the sound of a beam cracking, a small body pressed against his chest, and the blinding daylight as he stumbled through the doorway. Hannah. The girl. Had he gotten her out? He sat up, panicked and dizzy, before dropping back down. He remembered her being taken from him. The look of relief, joy on a woman's face. The mamm, no doubt. He got her out. The certainty of that settled over him like a hand on his shoulder, and some of the pain receded. Not the physical pain. That remained insistent and undeniable, but the other kind. The kind he'd been carrying since the wedding. The kind that came from believing he'd failed at the one thing that mattered. He'd not failed at this. Whatever else happened, whatever Lucinda decided, whatever the district thought of him, he'd carried a kinner out of a burning barn, and that kinner was alive. The door opened. Amish entered with a cup of chicken broth and the slow, deliberate movements of a man who understood that a patient needed presence more than urgency. You are awake, Amish said. Jaw. How is the arm? It hurts. It should. You ran into a burning building. Amish set the cup on the nightstand and sat in the chair beside the bed. His white beard was neat, his eyes kind, his posture carrying the calm authority of a man who'd overseen decades of crises, and knew that the first hours after the worst was over were often harder than the worst itself. Hannah Glick is well, Amish said. She has minor burns on her hands and feet, but nothing that will not heal. Her mamm has not stopped crying since they brought her home. Jenna is not a woman who cries easily. He paused. You saved that girl's life, Atlee. Jenna and Jonah will be forever in your debt. The words landed without fanfare. Atlee didn't know what to do with them. Saving a life was not something you processed while lying in a bed with a burned arm, and a chest full of smoke and sorrow. Lucinda was here, Amos said. Atlee's breath caught. She came to the fire. Ran from her house, praying aloud in the road. She was at your side before anyone could stop her. She held your face in her hands and said your name, and I do not believe she cared who saw her or what they thought. The room was very still. The morning light came through the window in pale bars, falling across the bed, and the nightstand, and the cup of broth that was sending a thin thread of steam toward the ceiling. She was here, Atlee repeated. She was here. Nay one told her to come. Nay one sent her. She came because she needed to be where you were. Amos leaned forward. Does that sound like a woman who has made her choice? The question pressed against the bruise in Atlee's chest, the bruise he'd been carrying since the empty walnut tree, since the wedding, since the long afternoon, when he waited for a woman who did not come. She didn't come to the tree, Atlee said. The words came out flat, the way words came out when a man had been repeating them to himself for 12 hours, and the repetition had worn the feeling out of them. I waited 2 hours. She didn't come. And I decided that was my answer. Nay. She didn't come to the tree. And you decided what her absence meant without asking her. You decided for her, the way everyone else in her life has been deciding for her. He chuckled. You decided just like her mamm, Caleb, the district, and now you. Amos's voice was gentle but direct. But she came to the fire. Without being asked, without being told. Perhaps you should consider what that means. Amos helped him sit, and put cushions behind him. He picked up the cup and held it out. Drink. Sarah made it hearty enough to raise the dead, which is approximately what you look like. Atlee took the cup with his gut hand and drank. The broth was filling, soothing, and warm. The warmth of it spread through his chest like something he'd forgotten he needed. Amos helped. He sat with the cup against his palm, and looked at the room he'd been ready to leave. The bag was still packed by the bed. The coat folded over the chair was the same coat he'd worn the day he arrived in Faith's Creek, the day he stood in the yard, and watched Lucinda walk toward the church with another man's arm near hers. He'd come here carrying 3 years of letters and the belief that love would be enough. The district had shown him how many things could stand between enough and actual. But the fire had burned through all of it. Not the barn fire. The one inside him. The careful, measured patience he'd been wearing like a second skin had been hiding the fire. It was gone now, consumed by smoke and pain, and the sound of Lucinda calling his name in the road. Does leaving still feel like the right choice? Amos asked quietly. Atlee closed his eyes. The letter he'd written, the one releasing Lucinda, the one saying goodbye, was still on the kitchen table. He left it there before dawn, yesterday, propped against the sugar bowl, and now it sat in another room carrying words that no longer matched what he knew. Lucinda had run to a fire for him. She knelt in the grass with his face in her hands, and called his name, with a voice stripped of every performance she'd ever worn. Nay, Atlee said. Leaving does not feel right. What does? He opened his eyes. Staying. And telling her what I should have told her the day I arrived. Not in a letter. Not through a friend. To her face. Amos nodded. His expression carried the quiet satisfaction of a man who had been waiting patiently for someone to arrive at the answer he'd seen coming for days. There have been days I wanted to knock your heads together, but God has a way of making things right. We just need to have faith. How do you feel? I love her, Atlee said. The words came out simply, without weight or drama, the way a man stated a fact that was so fundamental it didn't need decoration. I love Lucinda. I've loved her for 3 years. And I no longer believe that silence serves either of us. God didn't give me this love so I could carry it in secret. He gave it to me so I could offer it in the open, and trust that it was strong enough to survive whatever came. Amish said. That is what I have been waiting to hear. What do I do now? The question came from the same place the love came from, deep and honest, and finished with pretending. Atlee had spent 3 years writing careful words on careful paper, measuring each sentence, weighing each thought. That time was over. Whatever came next would not be written. It would be spoken, face to face, with nothing between them except the air and the truth. Amish stood. He set the chair back against the wall and straightened his coat with the unhurried care of a man whose work was nearly done. You wait, Amish said. Not the way you have been waiting. Not with one foot out the door and your bag packed by the bed. You wait the way God waits. Openly. With your heart visible. And when she comes, and she will come, Atlee. I have seen the look on that woman's face, and it is not the look of a woman who is going to let you leave. When she comes, you tell her everything. Nay, more letters. Nay, more careful words. Everything. The bishop walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame. Also, you might want to comb your hair. You look like you were dragged through a burning building. I was dragged through a burning building. Then you have an excuse. But still. Comb your hair. The door closed. Atlee sat in bed with the cup warming his hand, and the pain in his arm settling into a rhythm he could endure, and the words he needed to say already forming in his chest like a hymn he'd been learning his whole life. Then the door opened again. Not Amish. Not Sarah. It was Lucinda. For a moment, his fear returned. What if he told her and she still didn't want him? Chapter 20. She stood in the doorway with her bare feet on the wooden floor, and her hair still loose beneath a cap she'd not checked in a while. The pins were uneven, the fabric slightly crooked, and locks of hair falling from it. Her eyes were red from crying. Her dress was wrinkled from a night of nae sleep. She carried nae basket, she came with nae excuse, nae carefully rehearsed explanation for her presence. She was just there. He peered around her. There was nae man behind her directing the visit or timing the departure. Just Lucinda, standing in a doorway, looking at a man who'd almost lost her, before he had the chance to tell her the truth. The letter on the table, the one that said goodbye, the one that released her, belonged to a different morning. A morning where Atlee believed she'd not chosen him. That morning was over. Atlee set the cup down. Lucinda, he said. She didn't smile. She didn't perform. She stood in the doorway and looked at him with an expression that held nothing back. The walls, the defenses, the practiced warmth hiding a guarded heart were all gone. I'm here, she said. 2 words. After all this time, after him almost giving up and a fire that nearly took him from her, those were the words she chose. They were enough. I'm here, Lucinda said. I'm so pleased to see you. I should have talked to you. She raised her hand to silence him. Nay, I chose wrong, Lucinda said. She stood in the doorway of the guest room at the Beeler house, her bare feet on the wooden floor, her voice steady and unadorned. Atlee sat in bed with his burned arm wrapped in cloth, and his eyes fixed on her face, and she didn't look away. She was done looking away. I chose silence when I should have chosen truth. I chose fear when I should have chosen you. I let my mamm's expectations, the district's opinions, and my own cowardice make decisions that were mine to make. I'm standing here now to tell you that I'm sorry. Not the kind of sorry that comes with explanations or excuses. Just sorry. For every day I hid you. For every letter I tucked under a sewing basket instead of reading it in public. For the times I sat beside a man I didn't love instead of standing beside the one I did. Her voice didn't crack. She'd expected it to. She'd imagined this moment 100 different ways during the sleepless night, and the prayers and the barefoot run through the district, and in every version her voice had broken, and her courage had faltered, and the words had come out wrong. But they didn't come out wrong. They came out the way they had always existed inside her, plain, honest, and years overdue. "I love you," she said. "I've loved you since the first letter you wrote me. I've loved you through every careful, hidden correspondence and every night I spent praying for a man the district would never approve of. I love you, Atlee King. And I'm done letting other people decide what my life should be." Atlee's face changed. Not dramatically. He was not a man who expressed himself dramatically. But the guarded distance that had held his features since the wedding dropped away. What was underneath was naked and vulnerable, and so full of relief that Lucinda had to press her hands against the doorframe to keep from crossing the room. "Lucinda," he said. "Let me finish." She breathed. "I didn't come to the walnut tree because I was afraid. Not of you. Of what choosing you in front of everyone would mean. Of losing my mamm. Of losing the approval I've spent my whole life earning." She paused. "But I came to the fire. I came running, without thinking, praying louder than I've ever prayed in my life. Because when I heard you might be hurt, every fake fear I'd ever carried disappeared. Replaced by the fear of losing you. The only thing left was you." The room was quiet. Morning light came through the window and fell across the bed where Atlee sat, and the silence between them was not the old silence. Not the careful, managed distance of letters and longing. It was the silence of two people standing on the edge of something new and deciding, together, to step forward. "You do not need to apologize," Atlee said. His voice was rough, scraped raw by smoke and pain, but his words were as measured and deliberate as they'd always been. It was the same voice she'd imagined when she read his letters, and now it was here, real, filling the small room with the weight of everything they'd been carrying. "I've been making decisions about you without asking you," he continued. "Deciding your silence meant you chose Caleb. Deciding you were content. I was so busy interpreting what you didn't say that I never gave you the space to say anything. You gave me 3 years of space. You always wanted us to come out into the open. I was afraid of letting go of what I had. Of losing that, and I let it prevent me from gaining so much from being with you. I gave you 3 years of letters. That is not the same thing. I should have talked to you more. I should have come here and talked to your mamm." He looked at her with eyes that held nay walls. "I should have come sooner. I should have stood in front of your mamm the first week, and said who I was, and what I wanted. Instead, I wrote careful words on careful paper, and waited for you to be braver than I was. I hid like a coward. Like you, I was afraid to lose what we had." "You were brave," Lucinda said. "You came here. You read scripture in front of a district that judged you before you opened your mouth. You ran into a burning barn to save a kinner you didn't know. I'm good at solving other people's emergencies." The ghost of a smile crossed his face. "I am less good at solving my own." Lucinda crossed the room. She sat on the edge of the bed, close enough to touch him but not touching, because that was not how this worked, and both of them knew it. Hands were for later. Words were for now. "I choose you, I love you, do you choose me?" Atlee asked. Openly. Not in a letter. Not in this room where nay one can see. In the open, in front of your mamm and Caleb, and the district and everyone who has an opinion about what Lucinda Yoder should do with her life. Do you choose me, even if it means change and difficulty, and the loss of things you have always relied on? "Ja," Lucinda said. The word came before the fear could speak. "Ja. I choose you. I love you, and I love my mamm too, and I hope we can reconcile. I hope she can see what I see. She touched his unburned hand briefly. I hope she can see that you are steady and faithful and kind, and that your family's history is not your fault and not your future. But if she cannot see it, I will still choose you. Because choosing you is the most honest thing I've ever done. The words settled between them. The room held them the way a cupped hand holds water, carefully, with the awareness that what was being held was precious and fragile, and worth the effort of not spilling. Atlee's gut hand moved toward hers. Their fingers touched again. The space between them was gone. For now. For this moment. Denki, Atlee said quietly. For what? For coming to the fire. For coming to this room. For saying what you said. His eyes held hers. For choosing me. The door opened behind them. They pulled their hands apart. Esther stood in the hallway. She wore her plain dress and her cap, properly pinned this time, her gray hair neat beneath the fabric. Her face was composed, but the composure was different from the rigid control Lucinda had known her whole life. It was softer. Uncertain. The face of a woman who was seeing something she'd not expected, and didn't know how to categorize. She looked at Lucinda sitting on the edge of Atlee's bed. She looked at Atlee, with his burned arm, and his steady eyes and his posture that carried nay apology, and nay anger toward her. She looked at the space between them, the careful, respectful distance that spoke of a love that had been built on patience and honesty, and not a single improper touch. Ma'am, Lucinda said. Esther's jaw tightened. Her eyes moved between them, and the calculations behind those eyes were visible. She was weighing and measuring and assessing what this meant for the family and the district and the future she'd been building for her doctor. This is real, Esther said. It was not a question. Jaw. Our love is real, Lucinda said, her voice confident. Esther's expression didn't soften. Not fully. The anger from the wedding yard was still there, banked but present, and the fear that drove it. The fear of gossip, of judgment, of a doctor choosing a path that invited scrutiny, was not something that dissolved in a single morning. But she didn't turn away. She didn't leave the room. She didn't deliver the pronouncement Lucinda had been expecting. There was nay ultimatum, nay rejection, nay cold dismissal of everything Atlee represented. She looked at Atlee. She looked at the bandage on his arm. She looked at the man who ran into a burning barn to save a kinner, and the look on her face was the look of a woman whose certainties were being tested by evidence she couldn't dismiss. We will talk, Esther said. Then she turned and walked down the hallway, her footsteps measured but less sharp than they had been, and the door of the house closed behind her with a sound that was not a slam. Lucinda let out a breath she'd been holding since her mamm appeared in the doorway. She didn't say nay, Lucinda whispered. Nay, Atlee said. She did not. It was not approval. It was not a welcome. It was the silence of a woman whose foundations had been shaken, and who was deciding, for the first time, whether to rebuild on the same ground or try something new. Lucinda knew her mamm. Esther didn't change her mind quickly or easily, and the road between we will talk and I accept this might be long and painful and full of the same stubbornness that had built the wall between them in the first place. But for the first time in 3 years, Lucinda allowed herself to believe the door might stay open. And for the first time in her life, she'd walk through it on her own terms. Chapter 21. The gossip started the day after the fire and didn't stop for a week. It was notable at Betty Glick's kitchen table over coffee and pie. Did you hear? That man from another district, the one who read scripture, who ran into the Miller barn and carried out young Hannah. Burned his arm something terrible. He was so brave, handsome too. Rosie Miller blushed. At the general store between the flour sacks and the thread display there was more. King. His name is Atlee King. His parents left the faith, you know. But the man himself, well. You don't run into a burning building if you're not a gutman. Not in my opinion. At the Sunday gathering, in the low murmur that preceded the hymn, talk was all around about him, and all of it was positive. Lucinda Yoder was at the fire. She ran there, praying for his safety. I think they make a gut couple. Any man who would rescue a kinner he doesn't even know. Amazing. Ack. Her mamm followed her. The whole thing was, well, people are talking. People were always talking. That was what the district did. It watched and it talked and it arranged the facts into the shape of whatever story it wanted to tell. But this time, the story was not the one Esther had been writing. This time, the story was about a stranger who risked his life for a kinner he did not know, and the love of a woman who ran to him professing her love to God. The district was not quite sure what to do with that. Atlee recovered at the Beelers. His arm healed slowly. The burns were deep enough to keep him from using his left hand for weeks, and the pain settled into a steady companion that followed him from the bed to the porch to the garden where he sat each afternoon with his gut arm resting on his knee and his eyes on the road. Lucinda visited every day. She came in the morning with preserves or bread, and she sat with him on the porch while Amos drank his coffee inside and Sarah puttered in the kitchen. They talked. Not the careful, measured exchanges of their letters, this was the plain, unguarded talk of two people who finally knew their feelings. And were no longer scared to share them. They talked about his farm and about her sewing. They talked about what a future might look like if they were brave enough to build one. One morning, sitting in the garden with the sun warming the bench between them, Atlee told her about his farm. Not the facts she already knew from his letters. He spoke with passion of the acreage, the fencing, the creek that ran along the south pasture. This was all the parts he'd never written down. He told her of the way the kitchen window faced east and caught the first light. The porch rail he built himself, set at the exact height for leaning. The empty hook beside the door where a second coat could hang. I built that hook 2 years ago, he said. Before I even knew if you would come. Lucinda looked at his burned arm resting on the cushion between them, and felt the words land in her chest like a prayer she'd not known she was waiting to hear. Esther didn't come with her anymore, she allowed at least that freedom. On Tuesday, 4 days after the fire, Lucinda walked into the kitchen and found Atlee sitting at the table with Amos. They were talking about faith. Courage does not come from certainty, Atlee said. His burned arm rested on a cushion Sarah had placed on the table. It comes from choosing to move forward even when you do not know the outcome. I went into that barn because a kinner was in danger, not because I knew I would survive. I chose Lucinda for the same reason, not because I knew she would choose me, but because the love was real, and it deserved to be lived in the open. Amos listened with the steady attention he gave to everything from his coffee, his scripture, and the people who sat at his table and spoke their hearts. Character is not built by what a man says on a Sunday morning, Amos said. It is built by what he does on a Tuesday afternoon, when no one is watching. He glanced toward the doorway where Lucinda stood. And sometimes it's revealed by what a man does when everyone is watching, and the barn is on fire. Lucinda came in and sat beside Atlee. Not across from him. Beside him. It was a small thing, a shift of position, but Amos noticed it and his eyes crinkled at the corners. Esther has hardly spoken to me since the wedding, Lucinda said. She has spoken to me, Amos replied. She came yesterday. Sat where you are sitting. She ate cake and drank 3 cups of coffee and said very little, which for Esther is the same as saying a great deal. What did she say? That she doesn't understand. That she fears for you. That a man whose parents left the faith is a risk she cannot calculate. Amos paused. But she also said something I have been waiting to hear for a long time. She said she saw Atlee come out of the barn with Hannah in his arms, and the way Lucinda ran to him was not the way a woman runs to a stranger. It was the way a woman runs to the person she cannot live without. That scares her. The kitchen was quiet. The clock ticked above the stove. Outside, the sound of a horse on the road passed and faded. She's afraid, Lucinda said. She has always been afraid. That's not a failing. That's what happens when a woman loses something important and spends the rest of her life trying to make sure it doesn't happen again. Amish set his cup down. Your mum once surrendered something that mattered to her, something she's never spoken of. She did it because the district expected it of her. She obeyed, and the obedience cost her, and she's been trying to protect you from the same cost ever since. What? Lucinda asked. She wanted me to tell you. She was married before your dad. Briefly, he died, and she was pregnant. It was not here, but another district, and they made her give up the Bopley. She can't talk to you about it now, she may never be able to. The problem is not that she loves you too little. The problem is that she loves you in the only way she knows how, by controlling what she cannot bear to lose. Lucinda's eyes stung. The tears pressed close, but she would not let them fall. I never knew, nay one ever said. Few people know, but that is why she is so controlling, so hard. Give her time to talk, but that is not the question that eats away at you. Speak, Lucinda, ask what you need to ask. Will she accept him? Lucinda asked. I believe she will. But not because I convinced her. Because she sees what is in front of her. She finally sees a man who risked his life without hesitation, a man who loves her doctor with a love that doesn't ask for permission, and a doctor who has finally stopped pretending to be content. Lucinda sat with the weight of those words pressing against her chest. Her mamm had surrendered something. Something the district expected, something that cost her. The knowledge rearranged the image Lucinda had carried her entire life. Esther as the woman who controlled because she chose to, changed to Esther who controlled because she was afraid. The controlling had never been about power. It had been about grief. I didn't know, Lucinda whispered. She didn't want you to, Amish said. Knowing would have meant admitting the cost, and your mamm has never been comfortable admitting she paid a price she didn't have to pay. That evening, Esther came to the Beeler house. Lucinda was sitting on the porch with Atlee when the buggy appeared in the lane. She recognized the horse before she saw the driver. The old mare her mamm had driven since before Lucinda left school was steady and slow and utterly predictable. Esther climbed down and walked to the porch. She wore her Sunday dress, the dark one with the neat seams, and her cap was pinned with the precision of a woman who had spent extra time in front of the mirror. She carried nothing in her hands. Her face was composed, but the composition had cracks in it, small lines around her eyes and mouth that betrayed the effort of holding everything together. She looked at Atlee. Then she looked at Lucinda. Then she looked at the space between them, the same careful, respectful distance they always kept, and the look on her face was not anger. It was not approval. It was the exhausted recognition of a woman who'd been fighting a battle she could no longer win. I misjudged you, Esther said to Atlee. Atlee said nothing. He waited. I saw a man from another district with a family history that frightened me, and I decided that was all you were. I didn't see the man who wrote letters my doctor hid under her sewing basket. I didn't see the man who read scripture with conviction. And I didn't see the man who ran into a burning barn for a kinner he'd never met. She paused. The words came slowly, as if each one had to be pulled from a place that didn't give them up easily. Fear led me to mistake control for protection. And I'm sorry for that. The apology was not smooth. It was not graceful. It came out the way Esther did everything. It was direct, with effort, stripped of ornament, but it was real. I was afraid, Esther said, that Lucinda would choose a path that invited judgment. That she would suffer for it. That I would have to watch. Her voice dropped. I have watched enough suffering in my life. I didn't want to watch more. Lucinda stood. Her legs were shaking. Ma'am. I won't stand in the way, Esther said. If you choose him, and I can see that you have, then I will learn to accept it. Not because I understand it yet, but because you are my doctor. I've been so busy protecting you that I forgot to listen to you. The words landed in Lucinda's chest like a key turning in a lock she'd been pressing against for years. She crossed the porch and stood in front of her ma'am, and for a moment neither of them moved. Then Esther opened her arms. It was a small gesture, stiff, uncertain, the embrace of a woman who'd not practiced tenderness in a long time. But it was real. Lucinda stepped into it. And for the first time in years, she cried in her ma'am's arms without hiding the reason why. Chapter 22. The evening walks began the week after Esther's visit. Atlee and Lucinda walked the lanes of Faith's Creek together, side by side, without secrecy and without apology. They walked past Betty Glick's house, the general store, and the field where the Miller barn had stood. It was now a blackened rectangle of earth that was already being measured for a new structure. They walked while the sun went down and the fireflies came out, and the district watched them with the particular attention it gave to couples who had not yet been approved but were no longer being opposed. His arm was healing. The burns had closed into tight, pink skin that pulled when he moved, and the wrapping had been reduced to a single strip of cloth that Sarah Beeler changed each morning. The pain was manageable now, a companion he'd learned to live with, the way he'd learned to live with everything else. They took picnics by the creek on Wednesday afternoons, spreading a cloth on the grass beside the water and eating bread and cheese, and the strawberry preserves Rose had been sending by the jar. They rode in Atlee's buggy to the far end of the district on Saturday mornings, where the road turned to dirt and the fields opened into long, rolling stretches of green, and the quiet between them was not the old silence. Not the careful, managed distance of hidden letters, but the comfortable quiet of two people who'd said the hard things and could now rest in the spaces between words. They talked about the things letters could never hold. They enjoyed the sound of each other's laughter, the way Lucinda's eyes changed when she was being honest instead of performing, the way Atlee's hands moved when he described his farm, shaping the air into fence posts and barn walls and the life he'd been building alone. They talked about what they wanted. Not in the coded, careful language of their correspondence, but plainly. They talked about Kinner. A house with a porch and deck. A garden Lucinda could tend while Atlee worked the fields. A life built on the same honesty that had sustained their letters, except lived in the open, where anyone could see it. On the third evening, walking along the lane past the Miller place, Atlee stopped. I need to tell you something, he said. Lucinda waited. She'd learned to wait for him. Not the anxious, desperate waiting of the past 3 years, but the patient kind. The kind that trusted the words would come because Atlee always said what he meant. I love you. He said it plainly, without ceremony, the way he said everything. I have loved you since the letters, but saying it now is different. Saying it while I can see your face, and hear your voice, and know that you are choosing to stand beside me. That changes it. That makes it real in a way paper never could. I know, Lucinda said. But I'm afraid. He turned to face her. The evening light caught the planes of his face, the steady jaw, the quiet eyes, the sun-darkened skin that carried the marks of a man who worked his land every day. If I sell my farm and start again here, I have nothing. Nae land. Nae barn. Nae dairy. I would be starting from nothing, and I do not know how I can support you, or any family we might have, on nothing. The fear was real. It showed in the set of his shoulders and the tension in his gut hand, and the way he looked at her, not with doubt about love, but with doubt about his ability to give it a foundation. My farm is my only asset, Atlee said. It is what my parents left behind, and I have spent many years making it into something I could be proud of. Selling it means letting go of the last connection I have to the man my dad was before he left. And starting over in a new district, at 28, with nae land and nae standing and the reputation of a man whose family walked away from the church. He stopped. His jaw worked. I don't know if I can build fast enough for you. I don't know if the foundation will hold. Lucinda took a step closer. She took his hands, glancing around to make sure nae one was watching. Touch was frowned upon. Touch was for later, after the courtship was official and the boundaries were clear. But this was needed, and it closed the gap between them to inches instead of miles. God will find a way, she said. He brought you to Faith's Creek. He brought you through a fire. He brought me to your bedside through a hope chest and a prayer. If he can do that, he can find you a farm. You sound like Bishop Amos. I sound like a woman who has spent 24 years living inside a cage built of fear, and is finished with it. She held his gaze. I do not need a farm, Atlee. I do not need a dairy, a barn, or 40 acres. I need you. Standing beside me. Choosing me the way I choose you. Everything else, God will provide. The words settled between them in the evening air. A buggy passed on the road, and they stepped away from each other. The driver lifted a hand in greeting. Birds sang in the tree line. The world continued its ordinary business around two people who were deciding, quietly and without fanfare, to build a life together. The following afternoon, Atlee sat with Amos on the porch. She says God will find a way, Atlee said. Lucinda is a wise woman. Smarter than you, probably. Amos rocked in his chair and chuckled. The question is not whether God will provide. The question is whether you are willing to receive what he provides. What do you mean? I mean that faith is not about holding ground. It's about stepping forward when called, even when the ground ahead is uncertain. Amos looked at him. You have been holding your farm like a shield, Atlee. Holding it between yourself and the world, proving that you are not your dad, that you can build and stay and keep what others abandoned. But a shield is not the same as a foundation. And a man who holds a shield cannot hold a fra. The words landed with the quiet exactness of everything Amos said, not dramatic, not sharp, but exactly placed. Pray on it, Amos said. Ask your heart what it tells you. Not your pride. Not your fear. Your heart. He stood and collected the cups and walked inside, leaving Atlee alone on the porch with the evening settling around him, and the questions pressing close. The district was quiet. Somewhere down the road, a dog barked. A buggy moved along the far lane, the horses' hooves tapping a rhythm against the packed earth. These were the ordinary sounds of a place going about its business, indifferent to the man on the bishop's porch who was trying to decide whether to let go of everything he'd built. The farm was more than land and buildings. It was proof. Proof that Atlee was not his dad. Proof that a man could be left behind and still build something worth having. Every fence post he set, every shingle he nailed, every row of corn he planted was an argument against the whispers. He still heard them. His parents left, and he'll leave too. The farm said, I'm still here. I stayed. I built. I'm not going anywhere. But Lucinda was not at the farm. Lucinda was here. Atlee prayed that night in the guest room, with the window open and the warm air moving through the small space. He prayed about the farm and the land and the meaning of letting go. He prayed about his dad, who walked away from everything Atlee was trying to preserve. He prayed about Lucinda and the life they might have, and the faith required to trust that love would hold when the practical world said otherwise. The answer came not as a voice or a sign, but as a settling, a quiet, deep certainty that moved through him the way water moved through soil, filling every space without force. Loving Lucinda didn't mean holding on to the life he'd built alone. It meant trusting that the life they would build together was worth more than the one he was leaving behind. It meant trusting the district. Trusting Amos. Trusting God. It meant putting down the shield and picking up the woman. He closed his eyes and breathed, and the fear that had been sitting in his chest since the evening walk loosened its grip. It didn't happen all at once, but it shifted enough. Enough for him to sleep. Enough for him to face tomorrow. Enough for him to begin. His parents had left because they stopped believing. Atlee would stay because he had never stopped. The faith that kept him in the church when his parents drove away in an Englisher's car was the same faith that had brought him to Faith's Creek, and into a burning barn, and to the bedside where Lucinda had finally spoken the truth. That faith didn't require certainty. It required willingness. It required faith. He was willing. He had faith. Tomorrow he would tell Lucinda. Tomorrow he would begin the process of selling the farm and arranging to step into the new life that God had been building for him while he was too busy holding on to the old one. Tonight he would rest. And the rest carried him. Chapter 23. The shared meal after Sunday service was the kind of gathering that made Faith's Creek feel like a single family stretched across 100 acres. It was at the bishop's house this time. Long tables stood beneath the maple trees at the Beeler property, loaded with dishes that had arrived in covered baskets and crockery pots from every kitchen in the district. Fried chicken, potato salad, creamed corn, and bread still warm from the oven. Pies, apple, cherry, shoofly, lined the dessert table in rows so neat they might have been arranged by Betty Glick herself, which they had been. Lucinda helped lay the table with steady hands, and a calm she'd earned through practice. But this calm was different. It came from the place where fear had lived. It came from the place that was emptied by the fire, the prayers, the conversation, and the weeks of walking beside Atlee in the open air without hiding. She was not performing today. She was simply present. Rose was there with Marlon. She caught Lucinda's eye across the table. Nay words were needed. Rose's smile carried everything. It was filled with relief, pride, and the quiet vindication of a friend who'd known the truth before Lucinda was ready to speak it. Lucinda smiled back, and the smile was easy, unforced, the kind that came from a place deeper than politeness. Esther moved along the far side of the table, arranging plates with the precise efficiency she brought to every task. She'd not spoken much this morning, but she'd arrived early to help Sarah set the tables. Her making such an effort here, at the service, setting a place for the meal that would follow this announcement, was itself a kind of language. Esther's silences had always spoken louder than her words, and today her silence said, "I'm here. I'm trying." The service was over and the district was gathered. Families took their places at the tables, kin jostling for position, men pulling off their hats and settling down with the easy sighs of men who'd earned their day of rest. The atmosphere was warm and expectant. Not the charged expectation of Lucinda's Hope Chest gathering, but the comfortable anticipation of a community that had something to celebrate and was taking its time about it. Bishop Amos stood at the head of the barn. He waited until the conversation quieted, which took a while, because Faith's Creek was not a district that quieted easily, and then he spoke. "Before we give thanks, I have something to share with you." His voice carried across the tables, steady and unhurried. "As many of you know, Atlee King has been with us for some weeks now. He came at my invitation to read scripture, and he stayed because God had more for him to do than stand at a podium." A murmur of approval moved through the gathering. Lucinda pressed her hands together beneath the table. "Some of you also know that the Hostetler farm on the East Road has become available. Jacob Hostetler has moved to his son's district in Ohio, and the property, 40 acres, a house, a barn, that pasture, is ready for someone to work it." The murmur grew. Heads turned. People looked at each other with the particular expression of a community putting the pieces together. "I have spoken with Jacob," Amos continued. "And I have spoken with Atlee. And I'm pleased to tell you that the district will assist Atlee in establishing himself on that property while his own land in the other district is sold. This is not charity. Amos's eyes swept the tables. This is an invitation. The same invitation we extend to any man of faith and character who wishes to join our community. Atlee has proven that he deserves this assistance. The gathering was quiet for a moment. Then Samuel Miller stood. Samuel, whose barn had burned, whose gratitude had transformed from private relief into public advocacy over the past weeks. The men saved my kinner in my barn. I could not have lived with that, Samuel said, and several people nodded. I'll help with the fencing. I can spare lumber, said a man from the far table. Our boys will do the heavy work, said another. The offers came like rain. First they were scattered, then steady, then a downpour. Men volunteered labor and materials. Women offered meals and preserves, and the practical support that turned a house into a home. The district was doing what districts did when they decided someone belonged. They opened their arms and pulled him in. Atlee stood near the edge of the gathering, his burned arm still wrapped, his hat in his gut hand. His expression was the one Lucinda knew so well, measured, steady, absorbing everything without rushing to respond. But his eyes were bright, and the careful composure he always carried was cracking at the edges, letting through something raw and grateful and overwhelmed. He looked at Lucinda across the tables. Not the guarded look from the wedding. Not the resigned look from the barn doorway. An open look. The look of a man who was being given the one thing he'd not dared to ask for, a place where he belonged, a home where he was welcomed. Lucinda's chest ached with a fullness she had nay words for. Not the old ache, the one that came from hiding. A new one. The ache of a heart that was too full to hold everything it was being given. Amos raised his hand. The gathering quieted again. Before we eat, there is one more matter. Atlee set his hat on the bench. He straightened his coat with his gut hand. Then he walked to the head of the table, past the families and the kinner and the pies, and he stopped in front of Esther. Lucinda's breath stopped. The yard, the tables, the kinner chasing each other around the dessert spread, all of it receded until there was nothing but Atlee walking toward her mamm with the steady gait of a man who had decided to stop holding anything back. Every letter he'd written, every mile he'd traveled, every night he'd spent praying in a guest room that was not his own, all of it had been leading to this moment. To this woman. To the question he was about to ask. Esther sat at the table with her hands folded in her lap, her posture rigid, her face carrying the careful composure she'd worn since her visit to the Beeler house. She looked up at Atlee, and her expression was not warm, but it was not closed. It was the face of a woman who was waiting to be asked something she'd already decided to answer. Atlee did not kneel. He stood straight, his burned arm at his side, his eyes steady and respectful and entirely unhidden. Esther, he said. I love your doctor. I have loved her for 3 years, through letters and distance and a silence that almost destroyed us both. I'm asking your permission to court her. Officially. In the open. With the community as witness. The gathering held its breath. Esther didn't answer immediately. She looked at Atlee, at his face, at his arm, at the man who stood before her with nothing to offer except the truth of his heart, and the willingness to build a new life on uncertain ground. She looked at Lucinda, who sat across the table with tears streaming down her face, and made no attempt to wipe them. Then Esther stood. She was not a tall woman, but she carried herself as if she were. She stood and stepped close to Atlee, and the yard was so quiet Lucinda could hear the leaves turning in the maples above them. Esther opened her arms. It was not a dramatic embrace. It was not the effusive welcome of a woman overcome with joy. It was stiff and brief and uncertain, the embrace of a woman who was doing something difficult and doing it anyway because it was the right thing to do. The main thing was that it was real. And when Esther stepped back and looked at Atlee with eyes that were bright with tears she would deny later, her voice was steady. "You have my permission." "Welcome," she said. "Welcome to our family." The gathering erupted. Not loudly. This was Faith's Creek, not a barn dance, but with the warm, murmuring approval of a community that had watched a story unfold and was satisfied with the ending. Betty Glick wiped her eyes. Sarah Beeler smiled at Amos. Rose, sitting beside Marlin at the far table, pressed her hand over her mouth and nodded, her own eyes shining. Lucinda stood. She crossed to where Atlee and Esther stood, and for a moment the three of them were a unit. The man who'd feared, the man who'd waited, and the woman who'd finally chosen the open air over the hiding place. Atlee's gut hand found Lucinda's. Their fingers laced together, the first time they had touched each other, standing in front of the whole district, with nay shame, nay secrecy, and nay apology. His hand was warm and rough and certain, and the pressure of his grip said everything his composure wouldn't let his face show. 3 years of letters. 3 years of waiting. And now this. His hand in hers in the open, with the maples above them and the district around them and nothing between them but the summer air. "Denki, ma'am," Lucinda whispered. Esther nodded once. Her composure was cracking, but she held it together the way she held everything together, with effort and pride and the stubborn refusal to fall apart in public. Then Bishop Amos said the blessing, and the gathering ate, and Lucinda sat beside Atlee at the table with her hand in his, and her heart in the open for the first time in her life. Chapter 24. The autumn came gently to Faith's Creek, turning the maples gold and red and setting the fields into the quiet amber of a harvest nearly finished. The Hostetler farm was Atlee's now. Or nearly so. It stood at the end of the east road with its fresh fence posts, and its newly chinked barn walls, and the steady evidence of a community that had poured its labor into making a place ready for the man who had earned it. Lucinda walked the lane toward the Ballers for a shared meal, her cap pinned straight, her dress pressed, her hands carrying a basket of bread she'd baked that morning. The bread was still warm. The air carried the faint sweetness of turned leaves and cooling earth, and the sky above was the deep, clean blue of an October afternoon that had decided to be perfect. Esther walked beside her. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The weeks since the courtship announcement had changed the space between them. Not into warmth, not yet, but into something honest. The silence was no longer a wall. It was a path they were both learning to walk, stepping carefully, allowing the ground to settle beneath them. Esther still held herself with the rigid posture of a woman who didn't surrender control easily. However, the rigidity had softened at the edges, and sometimes, not often, but sometimes, Lucinda caught her mamm watching Atlee with an expression that was not suspicion but assessment. The assessment of a woman who was revising her conclusions. The tables were set beneath the maples again, the branches now half bare, the remaining leaves catching the low sun and throwing golden light across the dishes and the faces and the white caps of the women who moved between the kitchen and the yard. This was the week when Nay's service was held, and it was a smaller gathering. Brought together to enjoy fried chicken, creamed corn, potato salad, and the pies Betty Glick arranged with military precision. The gathering carried a weight today that Lucinda couldn't name. A fullness. An anticipation she'd not been warned about but couldn't ignore. Rose met her at the table with a smile that was too bright and too knowing. "You look good," Rose said. "You look like you're keeping a secret." "I'm keeping nothing. I'm simply happy." Is a woman not allowed to be happy at a shared meal? Rose's eyes danced with a light that contradicted every word of her denial, and Lucinda's stomach tightened. Something was happening. Something Rose already knew about and Lucinda did not. The last time Rose had worn that expression, it had been her own engagement to Marlin, and the knowledge of it had been bursting from her like light through a cracked lantern. The district settled. Families filled the benches. Kinner crowded the far end of the table where the pies were stationed, watched over by Betty Glick with the vigilance of a woman who believed dessert was a privilege, not a right. Bishop Amos took his place at the head, and Sarah stood behind him with her hands folded and her face serene. Atlee arrived late. He came from the direction of the East Road, his hat in his gut hand. The burned arm had healed enough to use now, though the skin was tight and pink, and would carry the marks of the fire for the rest of his life. He wore his Sunday coat, brushed clean, and his boots were polished, and the care he'd taken with his appearance was visible in a way that was unlike him. Atlee didn't fuss over clothing. Atlee dressed for work, not for display. But today he'd dressed with intention, and the intention was written in every pressed seam and every straightened line. He stopped at the edge of the gathering and looked at Lucinda, and the look on his face was not the careful composure she'd come to know. It was open. Vulnerable. The face of a man standing on the edge of something he'd been building toward his entire life. Lucinda's hands trembled around the breadbasket. She set it on the table before she dropped it. Amos stood. The conversation quieted. "Before we eat," Amos said, "Atlee has asked to speak." Atlee walked to where Lucinda sat. He didn't stop at the far side of the table. He came around to her side and stood before her, and the whole district watched, and the maples dropped their leaves into the golden light like quiet witnesses. "Lucinda." His voice was steady, the way it had always been. But beneath the steadiness was a tremor she'd never heard before, and the tremor was what undid her. It was not uncertainty, it was anticipation. The tremor of a man who was about to ask the question he'd been carrying for 3 years, and couldn't bear to wait another moment. "I came to Faith's Creek because a bishop invited me to read scripture. I stayed because God showed me that the life I'd been building alone was not the life He had planned for me." He paused. His eyes held hers. "The life He planned required you. It has always required you. Every letter I wrote, every prayer I spoke, every fence post I set into the ground on that farm down the road, all of it was preparation for this. For standing in front of you and your mamm in this community, and asking the question I should have asked the day I arrived. I love you. I love you so much. Will you marry me, Lucinda? Will you build a life with me on the Hostetler farm, with God as our foundation and this district as our family? Will you let me love you in the open for the rest of our days?" The tears came before the words did. They streamed down her face the way they had at the courtship announcement, but these were different. Those tears had carried relief. These carried joy. A joy that was pure, unhidden, unashamed. A joy that rose from the place where the fear had lived and filled every space the fear had left behind. "Ja," she said. "I love you too. I love you so much. Ja, Atlee. 1,000 times, Ja." The district erupted into the warm, murmuring approval that Faith's Creek offered in place of applause. Betty Glick pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. Samuel Miller clapped Atlee on the shoulder with a grip that said, "Welcome, Bruder." Rose abandoned all pretense of composure and wept openly into Marlon's sleeve. And Esther. Esther stood at the far end of the table with her hands clasped in front of her, and her chin lifted, and her eyes bright with tears she didn't wipe away. Her posture was straight, her cap was perfect, and her composure was intact in every external way. But the expression on her face was one Lucinda had never seen. It was not approval. It was not surrender. Pride, perhaps. The fierce, quiet, reluctant pride of a woman who'd fought against this moment and lost, and who was discovering that the losing didn't diminish her. It enlarged her. "Ma'am," Lucinda said across the table. Esther nodded. One sharp, definitive nod. And then she smiled, a small, tight, controlled smile. The first smile Lucinda had seen her mamm give Atlee without reservation. Amos said the blessing. The gathering ate. Lucinda sat beside Atlee with his hand over hers on the table, and the food was warm, and the conversation was easy, and the district moved around them with the comfortable rhythm of a community that had decided, once and for all, that these two belonged together. As the afternoon stretched toward evening, and the gathering thinned, Lucinda noticed Leah Raber lingering at the edge of the yard. Leah stood beneath one of the maples with her arms folded, watching the remaining families pack their dishes, her face carrying the composed calm of a woman who'd learned to carry everything alone, and had grown so accustomed to the weight that she no longer noticed it. She was 36 and widowed young, and had been raising little Elva by herself for years. The quiet self-reliance she wore was not a performance. It was survival made permanent. "Where is Elva?" Lucinda asked. Leah turned. Her eyes were soft, her smile gentle and tinged with something Lucinda couldn't quite name, wistfulness, perhaps. Or longing. The longing of a woman watching other people receive something she'd stopped believing was available to her. Leah pointed. Across the yard, near the dessert table where Betty Glick was packing away the last of the pies, Elva Raber stood in front of Henry Wagler. She was 8 years old and small for her age, with dark hair and serious eyes and the particular directness of a kinner who had grown up without a dade, and learned to ask her questions to whoever was willing to answer them. Henry sat on the bench with his broad hands resting on his knees. His sharp eyes were softened by the afternoon light and full of the patient attention he gave to every conversation, whether it came from a bishop or a kinner. His white hair was neatly combed beneath his hat. The old nicks and calluses on his fingers caught the light as he listened to Elva with the unhurried focus of a man who understood that the smallest voices often carried the largest questions. Elva's voice was clear enough to carry across the yard. "Are hope chests only for young women?" she asked. "Or might a mamm need one too?" The question landed in the autumn air with the weight of something much larger than a kinner's curiosity. Lucinda went still. She looked at Leah and her face had changed, the composed calm cracking open to reveal something raw and startled beneath. This was the face of a woman who'd just heard her own unspoken prayer voiced by her 8-year-old doctor. Henry didn't answer immediately. He looked at Elva with the same steady attention he gave to his cedar boards and his careful joints, and the prayers he tucked inside the chests he built. Then he looked past her, across the yard, to where Leah stood beneath the maple with her arms folded and her composure in pieces. Their eyes met. And the look that passed between them was not the look of strangers. It was the look of two people who'd been circling the edges of each other's grief for years without naming what they saw. Henry turned back to Elva. His voice was quiet and sure. "I will pray on it," he said. The words settled into the October air like the last leaves falling from the maples, soft, inevitable, carrying the promise of something new growing beneath the surface of what had been. Lucinda stood in the golden light with Atlee's love warming her heart, and her mamm's pride at her back, and watched Henry Wagler look at Leah Raber with the eyes of a man who'd just been given a new question to answer. God was not finished with Faith's Creek. Not by a long measure. And somewhere in Henry's workshop, a fresh cedar board was waiting. Thank you for listening to this Sarah Miller audiobook. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to subscribe to Indiana Wake and Friends so you never miss future free audiobooks and new adventures.